All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. What's good, everybody? I'm back. I had to end that live stream, the last live stream, technical difficulties, you know. But yeah, let's get this going. Aboriginal talk, like I was saying before I ended the last live, you know, it's time for us Aboriginals, the original people, to wake up, because we've been lied to for so long. All these curses and spells that these entities put on us, over the course of 500 years or 6,000 years, whatever you want to call it, because we've been in a perpetual state of war with this with these different factions for so long, and now we in the age of truth, so we're starting to remember. A lot of the older generation is has died off, and they haven't been able to pass this information down, this knowledge down on who we really are. You can't take this shadow government's demonstrative government's word for it when they say black and African American and try to sell us out of this out of Africa bullshit. To be technical, this was an all melanated planet at one point in time. That's what they that's what they eradicated out of their history books. That's what they failed to tell the masses. That at one point in time, this planet was ruled by all melanated people, carbonated people, non-Etherean people. Neuromelanated beings. That's who ruled this place. But we got infiltrated, and some of our own, tribal people. It's even deeper than that, because you can go to you can take it to a cosmic level and say, some of our own. I'm gonna leave it down on the earth level. The Moors, the dirty Moors, they sold us out. A lot of tribal families sold us out. For like different backdoor deals and different type of treaties. That's why all these contracts were drawn up to orchestrate this United States de facto government, to subjugate the original people here, to subjugate the indigenous people of this landmass, and in that fact, this planet. Because you got to think, look at the Aborigines that live in Australia. I look no different than them, but 90% of that populace of those Aborigines were killed off. Think about that. Think about how soulless and heartless. That's what I'm saying. These people, they hate the Fibonacci sequence of nature. They go against nature. We personify nature. So when they came down here and invaded, they started chopping down trees. And basically, when they start chopping down our trees, they basically killing us off too, killing off because we one with nature. So this is why they hate us so much now, because they know that we are nature. They know that. They know we one with the planet. We have so many deep root connected to this planet, to planet Kai. We just lost our ways because we lost in the matrix. The matrix is not going to be, the matrix ain't been around long. We've been around longer than the matrix. Anything that these entities have facilitated and brought us and indoctrinated us with, no matter whether it's monotheistic religion, materialism, any of this demonic shit, this Luciferian shit, they don't try to pull over our eyes. We've been around longer than that, you know. And this is why it's really these are really special times we're living in, because the reawakening is happening. We've had spiritual amnesia and we forgot who the hell we were. We've been thinking we all these false titles all this time, But yeah, I'm waiting on Naga to come up. We're gonna do a little panel here real quick. Like I was saying on the last live, anybody that wants to join up the panel, the chats, it's in the link. It's in the description. So yeah, come on up. We can have this. We can have a good conversation. We can build. I should have been done a panel about this a long time ago, but you know how things go. I just dropped a video on my channel talking about this. I got some more videos coming too, touching this topic. Matter of fact, I got videos already made, like in the stash, already made up. I just sometimes I'll upload them, but then I'll take them down. Yeah, I was somewhere yesterday and I seen an Aboriginal, an indigenous dude, like somebody, a brother, and I'm like, man, ain't no way we black, African American. You can just tell by looking at us who the hell we are. You know, these motherfuckers ain't nothing but identity thieves. I seen a $5 Indian plastered on the wall yesterday, a Mongolian. I think it was I think it was a European that was dressed up like us. That was on that wall. These motherfuckers, they ain't nothing but identity thieves, man. They want to dress up like us, but they want to be us, but they ain't us. You know, they hate us because they ain't us. I would hate me too. I swear I would. If I was on the other side, you know. It's all about just finding out. It's genetics, man. What is that? Oh, I'm back. But yeah, everything that we've been taught, you have to go unlearn all of that shit, especially about who we are. You know, they done pulled the wool over our eyes with all this nonsense. You know, they basically whitewashed everything and they eradicated us on paper. They killed us on paper, literally, man. The whole species of people of the indigenous people were wiped out on fucking paper, man. Via the Dawes Road, via all of these executive orders, via all these constitutional orders, via all of these Roman ordinance commercial codes. This is how they was able to get us, like, kill us on paper. I believe we more of us been killed on paper than actually in, like, physically, right? Because think about it, how many of us calling each other Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Black, African American, all these different titles, man. This is one way they killed us on paper. Let alone they killed millions of us via biological warfare, bringing disease and famine and pests and all this other shit over here. You know, they call it the land of the free and home of the. They call it the land of the free, home of the brave. Yeah, it is until they got their asses here. They came here looking for freedom. They came here looking for prosperity. They came here looking for what's it called? What word I'm looking for? I hate when I do that. Not liberalism. Yeah, liberation. They came here looking for liberation. You know, let alone this continent. One second. Trying to this boy got in my room. Give me a minute, y'all. Got it. All right, I'm back.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Hey, salute, salute. What's going on?
Hey, what is that, nigga? Hey, how are you, bro?
It's not.
Oh, Naga. So,
What's
what
good?
up, my Naga?
Hold on, I think I can. All right, I think it's good now. I keep echoing. Hey, Naga, can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's echoing real bad. Let me try to leave out and come back in.
Yeah, salute to Amazon Music.
I guess I run the show now. Yes, I do.
I think it's good now. We good now? Yeah, it's not echoing no more.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. You sound good to me.
Yeah, it was echoing on my end. What's good, Naga, man? Let's get into this, man.
Hell yeah, let's get straight into it, bro.
Yeah, I was doing a lot of research shit last night. Like the more I look into like who we are, man, the more downloads I get.
Oh, not that. That's a fact, bro. That's how you. That's how you basically uh uh acquire your your divinity. Is the more you learn, the more and more you learn who you are, and your connection, to this planet, is that's how you acquire your divinity.
You're talking about our ancient Sumerian origins of humanity?
Right. We're talking about the aboriginal, like us being aboriginal, organic to this planet, like us being the first ones that ever existed here. Like yo, we descendants of those beings, like the ones that built the pyramids. We the direct descendants of those beings, man. Even like
Yeah.
even
According to, there's a theory, if you've ever heard the Anunnaki theory.
yeah, I heard of that.
Yeah, well, basically, like they're the ones, like travelers from space or another dimension, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, you have them coming into our planet and creating us as a genetic splicing, and so we're actually part Anunnaki, part hominid, ape species. That would explain why we're ape-like in appearance.
You said
Listen,
like an appearance
listen,
like fuck.
listen.
Everybody, and everybody gets on the black people, right? But I'm sorry, but I've seen some white people, Mexicans. They look just like monkeys too. We
All right,
are a hominid species.
let me break that down for you real quick. There's no such thing as black and white because if you're calling yourself black, that ties you to a demonstrative government. The etymology for black is pale, albino. There's no such thing as white.
Yeah,
These are
yeah,
all.
yeah. They're the ones calling you. The government calls you black.
No, I don't call it. Yeah, because we classified. We Indians. We aborigines to this land, and I don't have monkey genetics.
Well, of
I
course,
don't have. I don't have.
the government's going to try to classify how many pubic hairs you have if you let them have that information. They
No, what
love
you
control and knowledge.
right, but I don't have animal monkey genetics.
Oh, it's just
Yeah,
a matter of fact.
the thing is, you know, we mixing water and oil,
We're
right?
ninety nine point
We
nine
we're
percent
trying
genetically similar to the chimpanzee. You didn't know that?
listen, we're trying to mix water with oil. Politics, don't have nothing, to do with genetics. It don't
Did
have
you
nothing
did
to
did
do.
you not know that we were 99.9% similar in DNA structure to the ape?
No, we're not. Not me and
I
my
mean,
people.
it's a fact. It's
No, it's
not
not.
a.
It's a
the
fact
con.
according to who? Not according to my people. We don't have that theory. We don't have that science. We don't have no information,
According to
about
chromosomes.
what?
according to chromosomes, biological
Man,
Yeah,
I know
because
what I know, okay.
science.
I know what science you talking about. I know what science say, but that don't apply to to me and my people.
Oh,
We don't
sorry,
we don't
dude.
we don't recognize that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say 99.9. I just looked it up. 98.8%.
yeah, that's the caveman. That's the one with recessive genes or
No, no,
recessive
no, no.
genetics.
That's us. It says humans and chimps share a surprising
But
98.8% of their DNA.
I have a 9 chromosome DNA. You have five dogs and chimpanzees and pigs and monkeys. They have a 5 series DNA. Caucasians,
No, I know
Spaniards,
that, but it says right
Mexicans.
here humans and chimps share a surprising 98.8% of their DNA.
Right.
How could we be so similar and yet so different?
We need to quit to bite into that foolery they're trying to get us to bite into, man. What that got to do with us? What
Well, according to the
all that
Anunnaki,
science,
because he said he was interested in the Anunnaki, so I'm going to
all
tell him.
that you breaking down? What all that
So
you
the
breaking down?
Anunnaki came to Earth, spliced a chimp with their DNA, and created the modern day Homo sapiens sapien.
But
What
when you
that
say
gotta do? What that gotta do with us, though?
That's the origin of our species.
you speaking for yourself when you say that, with all due respect, bro. You're not speaking
Well,
for
no,
my
I'm
people.
just saying, based on the science, the Sumerian tablets that we have, which predates the Bible is actually based off the Sumerian text, based off the pyramids and the structures that took advanced technology to build that we still can't replicate to this day, tells
But
us
we know,
that we have a genetic father. We have a genetic father species.
yeah, and you're speaking for yourself and your people. But
No, for the
me, when
human
it come to
species.
listen to this though. When it
Humans
comes to
are
me and my
human
people,
species.
we know this story. We know this story is fabricated, right? And we
It's not
know it. We
fabricated.
know. We know it. We know
Hey,
they're talking
hold on now.
about
Hey,
us.
this dude's a troll, man. He was on what's his name's channel, on Charles's channel,
No,
talking
I'm not a
about politics.
troll. I'm just telling the truth.
Man, you speaking for yourself, man. You got
You're
complex
not
DNA.
listening. I'm getting this facts.
I don't
These are
burn
not
when I go in the sun.
opinions.
Listen. I don't
These
burn when I
are
go in the
not
sun.
opinions. We share
Do
98.8% with the
do you
chimps.
burn? Let me ask you this: do you burn when you go in the sun? Yes, you do. I don't burn when I go in the sun, man.
Yes, you do. Yes,
No,
you
I
do.
don't. No, I
Yes,
don't.
you do. Then
Come
why
on, man.
can't you stay all day out in the weather like an animal? Why can't you?
Man, this dude's ignorant, man. What the hell are you talking about?
I
Answer
can
the
do.
question.
I've been
You
doing
could
it
stay
since I
all
was a
day out in
kid.
90-degree weather.
I've been doing it since I was a kid, and I can do it right now in my 30. So
No,
what are you
listen,
saying?
you guys. So, are you trying to tell me that you think black people are genetically superior? Because if you're trying
Yes,
to say that, then you're fucking stupid.
yes. That's the
You're
truth.
fucking stupid.
Well, that's
Humans
your
are the
prerogative.
same.
That's your prerogative, man. That's your side. That's your
You're
synopsis,
just a
man.
goddamn racist piece of shit
We not
garbage.
listen.
You
There
believe
is
that
look
black
look.
people are genetically superior?
Let me
You
No,
keep
we're
clarify.
saying black.
genetically inferior. We have
Let me
4,000
clarify.
genetic defects put here by
Let,
the Anunnaki.
let me
What's the
clarify.
etymology for black?
Let me clarify. We're not saying we're superior, but we're saying we're supreme.
You're retarded.
We're supreme.
Okay,
We're
for
not
one, I've
superior.
never known a white
We're
guy ever
supreme.
to actually want to be black. Maybe act black, but ever want
What's
to
the
actually be
etymology for
black?
black? What's the etymology for black, man? Tell me the etymology for black.
Nigger
See, you uneducated. What a chocolate day nigger is is a
means you're a
chimpanzee, is a cave,
goddamn nigger.
is a monkey. We don't care about what you're saying, man.
Yes.
Okay, that's really what you are. You only
You're
trying
a
to
fucking retarded ass nigger.
that
Hey,
same
hey,
energy you
No, if
putting
truth.
you
out.
don't care, I'll
Hey,
just use
truth.
it the way I use it with my
Hey,
people.
truth.
That's really
Then
what you are. You
you're
really
a
a chocolate
retarded
day
dumb
nigger.
nigger.
Hey,
That's
truth.
really what you are. That's a
Hey, truth.
chimpanzee. That's a monkey.
Hey, truth. Truth. Hey, he's fucking with you, bro.
I'm
This
about to get
guy,
him
I
out of
don't
My
here,
know.
dogs
man.
have more sense than
Listen,
you
bro, I
fucking
don't know
niggers.
where he came from. I don't know who this guy is, bro, but this guy got a
Hey, at least
avatar
I'm not the one who
saying
thinks niggers
MAGA.
are the best.
Why is your avatar saying MAGA?
Because I made a rap song, 4-track EP called Maga Party. You can check that
Man,
out on Amazon
this dude
Music.
hates himself. He got a little dick. His wife hates him. His wife
So
probably
break
fucking
it
on
down. Break it down.
his
Hold
wife
on,
probably
truth.
fucking on a nigga.
Hey, truth. Hold on, truth. We know what MAGA. We know what degree
You got
MAGA.
nobody in the
We know.
comments.
we know
You're
what
talking to
what
this
degree
naga bitch.
MAGA
Like
is,
there's
right?
nobody
In the
here.
in
There's
the
nobody here. You're trying
Satanist
to
church,
tell
right?
everybody that blacks are
So
superior. That shit
so
has
break it down
failed,
for me,
bitch.
bro. Break it down. Since you saying that you
You
got
see, this is the
MAGA in
kind
your
of shit I
avatar
run
because
into on
of
the
a
internet.
song, now
Pieces of
break it
shit
down
like
for us.
this. You see,
Break
Becca,
it down.
what is the goddamn problem with these faggots? These
Man, he got
motherfucking
man.
bitch
He
ass
got
faggots.
he got little
I
dick.
go on and try to have a serious conversation about
Nah,
the
man.
ancient
You need
Sumerian
to tell
text,
us.
and
You
these
need to tell
goddamn
us
little
why
bitch
is your.
faggots are
You need
all,
to tell
oh,
us.
black
You
people
need
are the
to.
best. Then you got another
You need
panel.
to tell
White
us
people
why
are the
is your
best.
avatar
Jews are the
saying
best.
MAGA,
You
bro.
guys are goddamn idiots.
You need to
Just
tell
fucking
us why
idiots.
is your avatar saying
This
MAGA,
is the kind of motherfuckers online, Becca.
Who cares
bro.
what you say?
What,
Who cares what you
You know
think,
what
man?
I'm saying?
Dude.
Oh, I got you guys on mute. I mean, well, down low to where I barely can hear you, so fuck you.
bro? Why is your avatar saying MAGA?
What do you want, Naga boy?
Why is your avatar saying MAGA? Break it down for us.
You got no people in the chat. Nobody's listening. Nobody is
Break it
listening
down
to
for
this
us,
because
bro.
you guys are
Bre-
black supremacists.
okay, so break it down for me. Break it down for me. Why is MAGA
You guys are black supremacists. You put fentanyl in people's food.
This dude's fucking ignorant. I might get him out of here, man. This dude, he's ignorant as shit, man. What the hell? I don't know where he came from.
he know I got him, bro. He know. I mean, you know where he came from is written all over his avatar, bro. He's one of these one probably one of these low life Masons, that came, bro. You see my guy on his shit, bro. My guy is the 30 the third, I think the 32nd or the 33rd degree in the Satanist church. You feel me? So he came here to cause, confusion, bro. And that's why he was doing. That's why I asked him about that my guy shit. But he wanna talk about, oh, it's a music, but he don't wanna break it down. That's why I'll hold him to it, bro. Cause I know what he came to do.
Yeah, he was on Charles's channel, man. He came over on Charles's channel trying to sell politics and all this other nonsense. I said, man, this dude was a fucking agent. And he's a dude ignorant. He couldn't articulate himself. He thought that he can come up here and say nigga and all this other stuff. He's gonna get mad. We
Right.
overstood that shit he's on. We passed that, man. You say you call they don't. It's called reverse psychology. He's trying to put off some shit off on us that he know that he is. He know he got animal DNA in his genetics. He know he GMO. He hates that. He hates himself.
Yeah, man. I don't know who sent this dude, bro, but if he's on your channel, bro, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, you're doing something right. You feel me? And they're trying to, they send him your way, to slow you down. It's many of, like him, so watch out for people like him, bro. You gotta make sure, when these people, come in contact, you gotta make sure you let them talk, you know what I'm saying? You ask them certain questions, you know what I'm saying? Cause they be hiding, bro. They be hiding in sheep clothing, man. They be acting like they're our people. You feel me? But
Yeah,
they don't want causing confusion amongst our people. They all
right.
over.
Agent of Chaos, man. Look what dude like. He wants some attention, man. But yeah, let's get into this, Naga, man. See, this is what we deal with, And like when we talk about genetics, we are genetic superior, like genetically superior, man. That's just it's an open and shut case. It's open and shut case, man. And I'm not saying I'm better than nobody else. It's when we come to genetics, yes, most definitely. But that's besides the point, They come in here saying black and white, all of those. That's nonsense, man.
Yeah, man. This is why I was asking, man. We can't let politics define who we are. Politics, and and genetics, is that synonymous. You feel me? So you can't define who I am, uh 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 with a political, agenda. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
you have to, identify me, with my genetics. You know what I'm saying? So we don't identify the animals with no political, agenda. We don't do that with the plants. Why? When it comes to us, we gotta do it. Amongst ourselves. So it's just ignorant. You know what I'm saying? It's just willful ignorant. You know, these people, it's people like like this guy, that was here. Some of them be black too. They be, just like us. Some of them is Haitian too. That's what going on right now in Haiti, bro. You know what I'm saying? People like
Right.
him, they're all over.
Yeah, I think it's the yeah, they putting out like different like these Masons are going to different channels. Even they compromise and going to these different countries like Haiti, and they doing this shit, man. Like double agents, shit like that.
Hell yeah. But yeah, man, we're not black, or you know, uh, 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 African American. You know what I'm saying? None of that, bullshit. You know what I'm saying? We indigenous, man. And indigenous is not a political, term. You know, indigenous, is a uh in fact, it's a geographical, term. You
Right,
know,
right,
when you
right.
say indigenous, you're referring to, a land, you know. So we're not dealing with, with politics, and if we had to deal with politics, we know how to approach it. You know what I'm saying? We know not to bring our identity into that shit.
See, that's what I'm saying. These people they don't have nothing else to hide behind because they GMO, they artificial. So they have to. Most people have to tie themselves to a political party because they can't trace themselves back to any type of landmass, any type of bloodline, any type of heritage. And even with genetics, we are organic, like you were saying. We are organic. We indigenous. We aboriginals from all on all four continents, all across this realm, all across this planet. The Australian Aborigines, the Filipino Aborigines, all of us, we all the same, man. You know, there's no diametrical difference.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. So when we're talking about, when we start talking about indigenous, of course, that kind of talk gonna be a a lone conversation, you know, because nobody want that's the conversation, that's the topic nobody want to talk about, because you know they don't exist, they don't exist there. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So they don't see themselves there. So they don't. It, it's like, to them, it's like they felt like, they just gonna be talking about you. It's gonna be all about you, and they don't want it to be all about you. They want it to be about us. But when we talk about indigenous, there is no us. You know what I'm saying? With them, including them. You know, it's just, us. Including indigenous. It's only indigenous people. You know what I'm saying? So it don't include, foreigners, you know what I'm saying, and migrants, that came from other land. So these migrants, and foreigners, they want their conversation to be about us, including them. So they will never go, talk about, uh indigenous
right, right,
people, or aboriginal people. But this is why, it's up to us, to have to make sure that we know this, not only pass it down, but we have to have organizations, where people can participate, uh uh basically a system, you know what I'm saying, a system, that's going to preserve, you know and protect, this type of knowledge, you know what I'm saying. So other people would never try to help the foreigners, other people that came from other lands, outside of this
right.
continent, they would never try to help us. They would never, I mean, first of all, they would never allow us to do it, you know give us the resources to do it, or even help us do it. In fact, they're gonna try to stop us from doing it because they know what type of power, you know, this type of knowledge bring. Because knowledge is power. You know, money is
Facts,
not
man.
money. Money is not power. Knowledge is power. You know, so we know what type of power. We possess. Knowing this knowledge
And you
or
know what I'm
having
starting to
this
see?
knowledge.
You know what I'm starting to see on on the web when I'm browsing and I'm looking at different channels. A lot of Aboriginals are waking up, man. More than what I thought. A lot of us are waking up. More the young ones too. Like I seen an 18, 19-year old dude, man. He was packed with knowledge, man. He was spitting number facts. A lot of us are waking up. A lot of the younger generation, man.
You know how a way that we would uh wake up faster is if we had, right, an Aboriginal ID, right? If we had Aboriginal ID, that we don't care, if other people recognize it, but we know what it mean amongst us, right? This is when we would wake up, faster, because people will try to get this card, you know, people wanna, you know, they wanna get this card, and in order to get this card, you gotta go through a process. It's basically you gotta go through a a mental, you know, uh, like it's like you had to be you had to uneducate yourself basically. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Right.
you go through a process, where where that process basically do some mental work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On you, that got you to start, what I'm saying, to basically start, at least start questioning, what I'm saying, your mind. You know what I'm saying? Start questioning things. Once you start questioning things, what I'm saying, once we get you right there, that process basically will get you right there to basically start, because a lot of people not using their mind for real. If you really think about it, that's why we're so sleep, is because we're not using our mind. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's still caught up under all these spells and stuff like that, man. They
Yeah.
put a spell on us, man. Made us forget.
Hell
We
yeah.
call spiritual amnesia, man. They had us thinking. That's what I'm saying. They kept us on paper. We the only species of beings that got eradicated on paper, man. And got reclassified. Everybody, you could say Caucasians been reclassified to white, but like beings like far as like just being eradicated and completely wiped out of the so-called history books. Yeah, man.
Nah, the whole planet got reclassified, through the age of information. The age of information, is where, I mean, exploration, is where, there was basically, putting everything, the way they wanted to put everything, where south became north, west became east. You know what I'm saying? So where they flip everything, you know what I'm saying, to a point where they control it. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. Um, that's what I'm saying. Like even like when I was like in school, man, being indoctrinated, that whole slave trade narrative never fit, never like I never could grasp on to that nonsense, to that malarkey, man. I'm thinking to myself, how like that just don't make no sense. Anything we was ever told never made no sense.
Yeah, I knew. I just knew. I was too small for my own good. I just knew it. And I could, even now, I could look back and like, yeah, I was definitely too small for my own good. Like I was ahead of my time. Everybody knew it. Around me, they just knew I was very advanced. Because of the things that, I used to do. So bro, you definitely on point with that.
Yeah, man. Like we just that's what I'm saying. When I look at nature, man, I see a reflection of myself, man. And like we just so in tune with nature, man. Cause I was watching some videos, man, of like all the ancient civilizations that we built, that our ancestors built. I'm thinking to myself, man, we was like next level, like higher dimensional beings that walk this plane of existence, that walk planet Kai, man, that walk Tiamat. We was doing that shit here. Anything we did in the cosmos, we brought it here. We did it here. It almost sounds too good to be true. Like, damn, we had it so good at one point in time. We ain't saying we had a perfect civilization, but damn, it was damn near next to it, you know. And that's why I said
And
it. I think it's hard. I think it's hard. I think it's hard for most to grasp because we all been indoctrinated on the same level, you know, with all these preposterous ideologies. For people to think that this was an all melanated planet at one point in time. Nobody else wasn't here but us.
nah, I think a lot of people, a lot of our people, even though they sleep, they hear it. You know, they just uh uh
They call us in the
they
matrix.
just don't know how, and why we the way we are. So all these things, is what put in a barrier, you know, from them, saying, yeah, from them saying, yeah, you're right. You know what I'm saying? That's how we was doing. We was living like that. You know what I'm saying? So, there is a barrier, and the barrier is them not knowing how and why, we transition from, that to what we have right now.
Right. It's just what I'm saying. It's like just think about it. You go tell somebody that's stuck in the matrix that like they look like us as aboriginal but don't know they're aboriginal. You tell them, hey man, niggas was flying pyramids, niggas was flying spaceships, motherfuckers was telekinesis, was teleporting from this part of the realm to this that part of the realm. They was man, you be like, what? This nigga sound crazy. That actually took place, man.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Like we
But
self yeah, we were so
that's the
into the
thing.
nation.
That's the thing, though. At one point, also, I was one of the people, that would look at, people crazy, you know, because I was so deep. I was so deep into the matrix. So I was looking at people like that. Nah, you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, hell no. You know, certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I'm looking at it differently now. But when I was so lost in the matrix, I was looking at other people like they're crazy. People like that kind of like me. I was looking at them, they're crazy. So I could see, I could understand, okay, like it makes sense, if you sleep, it makes sense for you to react like that, for you to think it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Even after I tell you that, and I'm gonna even tell you that's crazy, right? You're gonna be like, yeah, that's crazy, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? So you're gonna
Yeah.
confirm with me, like, yeah, that's crazy. So we're gonna talk about, all right, so let's talk about, why you think it's crazy, what makes it crazy. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah.
Right. I want to ask you too, man. You was talking about on Charles's panel earlier something about the indigenous army, man. I just want you to further elaborate on that, man, because shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah, bro. So, a lot of, our history, is being spread out, you know, uh through the European countries, you know. They share it, like a pizza pie, like everybody took a slice, you know. But you know, when we finally, understand, there is a treaty amongst all of them, and understand that, they're working together. Because at first, you know, when it came, it looked like, everybody, there was different people, everybody is different people, they fight, it's like dogs and cats. That's how it looked. That's how they came, amongst us. They didn't come amongst us like they all one people. You know what I'm saying? Nah, they came, not only they came in different time, but they came, on different identities. You know what I'm saying? So once we finally realize, all right, they're all working together. You know what I'm saying? So we start to, grouping ourselves, like, all right, we gotta come together too. You know what I'm saying? Because that was the goal in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Was for us, to group us together. You know what I'm saying? So we could fight against them. Because we already know, the thing is, they make it look like we didn't know uh something was gonna happen here. Like, oh, they just one day, in 1942, Christopher Columbus just came here, and they just came on us like we didn't know nothing. Like, right, we was just living peacefully, doing whatever. We didn't know nothing. Like, we were ignorant. You know
We
what
was
I'm saying?
prepping for the war. We already had known in advance, like, oh, we got some invaders, some colonizers on the way, so we was already prepping for it.
Right. You feel me? So it was in reverse. They was ignorant. This is the reason why they came. I mean, they call this the new world. Because to them, they thought that, the world that they knew was the only, only world. Cause remember, I'm telling you, imagine, the earth look like a ring map. Don't imagine what they give you, all the bullshit they give you, that globe or whatever. When you're looking at Google Map, don't picture it like that. Picture, like, earth, like a ripple effect, like a ring map. you know so the one in the middle, is the Caribbean. The one around it, is America. And the one around that, is Europe, Asia, and Africa, right? So picture what I'm trying to tell you. So they already discovered Africa and Europe, you know. So to them, that's the only world that exists for them, you know. That's the only world they know. You know what I'm saying? So they call these each bubble, they call it a world. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, because you have to go back and see what the world meant to them. You know what I'm saying? Back then, you know what I'm saying? What they define as a world. But fast forward, like I'm saying, right? So they didn't know about, America and the Caribbean. I mean, they knew about Europe, Asia, and Africa, but they didn't know about, America and in the Caribbean. They didn't know about that. You know what I'm saying? So but there was stories, you know what I'm saying, and not only stories, but there was, a secret passage, you know people from Africa, getting help from us over here, you know because the same lifestyle they got us right here, they bring here, that shit was already going on in Africa, Europe, and Asia already. That shit just wasn't going on here. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't know about this world. So listen to what I'm saying, right? Carefully, right? So, like I'm saying, so this whole time, right? People from Africa had secret passage, to come here to America to get help from us, right? So they was looking at us like prophets, right? They was looking at us like messiahs, like gods, right? That's how they was looking at us. But never mind, like I said, we was helping these people. Not only we was helping these people, right? And these stories, like I said, they was hearing stories. I'm talking about the Europeans, but the people from the African people, like the melanated dark skinned people on that continent over there, they knew about us. They know we, they say we people like them, but we just more, you know, uh closer to the source, right? Because we're closer to the center, because them, they far away. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they understand how this planet work. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all aboriginal to this planet too. So they're aboriginal to Africa, just like we are aboriginal here, to America, and people are aboriginal, to the Caribbean. So amongst dark skinned melanated people, different shades, from dark from dark brown to light brown, you know, we had a system, like, where we understand each other. Like, there is no division, there is no, like, the only separation amongst us was the separation that was already exist. You know what I'm saying? In nature. But we recognize, like, we always, like, you know what I'm saying? We know about the planet because, like I'm saying, we are original to the planet. But like I said, the Europeans, they didn't know, because they came from another planet, you know. and the first people met up with, is the people from the first world, is
When you
the
say
African.
when you say the Neanderthal, the Asiatic, the Javintian, whatever you want, all these different species, these well people, whatever you want to call them. When you say planet, what planet per se are they from?
Well, they're from the other
Particular, I
Earth.
mean,
They're from the other Earth, because Earth is like Earth is a peer, or Earth is a
spiral,
huh.
like a spiral. Like Earth is a spiral, right? Because you got 9 dimensions. We in the middle. We in the middle dimension, right? The middle dimension. Like we in the middle, but it has like Earth is like a spiral, like a coil. So you sound like they from like the lower half or the top half? Because I know we in the middle. I know that for certain.
We actually at the top.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, we actually at the top. This is why they're looking at us as like gods. But yeah, okay, let's looking at it, describe it, looking at it from a spiral perspective. Yeah, they're from the lower, you know, the lower part of the spiral. You know what I'm saying? So they rise up, you know what I'm saying, and find, the connection, like I said, with the Africans, the Europeans, and the Asians, people from, because it's one land, that one land mass, that's all connected, that's circling, America and the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? But they don't give it to like that. So now peep game. So like I said, so now they heard of the stories about us, help and coming in contact with the Africans, in the name of gods and prophets, and all these, high ranking names. You know what I'm saying? Or these mystery names, right? And also there is stories written about us, you know. So they find a way to find out if it's true, so they heard, people sail the ocean, there is map, already. So they basically put that into practice, you know and this is how they basically came here to us. But us, we already knew they was coming before they even came. This is why some of us went to the islands, you know and populated the island, because the people from the island, like I said, from the Caribbeans, was very advanced people, people that had abilities, to live in the water, and also have the abilities, to live, uh uh to live, like in the I'm gonna just keep it like just the water right now. I'm not gonna make it complicated. I'm just keep it with the water. That had ability, to live in the water. You know, so they went, and live, on the water. Give me 1 minute. That's what- no lie. Yeah, my bad. That was my cousin. But yeah, so like I was saying, right? So we was, like I said, we already knew they was coming, so we went, and meet with these people in the Caribbean, and and let them know this is what, we heard, is going to come, and of course, these beings on the island already knew that, they know exactly what's going to happen too, so we basically had an agreement, okay, some of us, we go into the island and populate this island, because if it's empty, they're going to try to populate it, and if they populate it, they got control of it, then game over. So while we went, and live underwater, right? These land have to be populated, you know. So that's basically what happened. So some of us, we went to the islands and populated the island. Basically, we protected the islands, because those of us that went were soldiers. We weren't just like uh regular people, or just spiritual people. We were soldiers. You know what I'm saying? Warriors. So we went there, and populated the islands, and then when they came, you know, basically, so that exactly what they try to do, and that's ever since they came, trying to take over. So we've been fighting them, fighting them over and over. Why they fighting right here on the mainland? We're fighting them in the Caribbean, until finally in the 1700 we start whooping their ass. Like, there is, where they start to, fall back, because they were the one attacking us, because they came with ship. Now they came with soldiers too. You know what I'm saying? Start attacking us. You got other ship keep coming.
That's what I'm saying.
So
Just think about how prolific our ancestors was, man. If it took them, well, they got here, they invaded it 1492, man. Took them 300 years, 400 years to even try to like. They could never get an upper hand on us, man. It took them hundreds of years. They still couldn't. They still couldn't beat us, even to this present day.
yeah, they ain't beat us. Listen, the game is already over since the 1800. Since the 1800, game is already over. They were supposed to go back. What had happened is that, you know there, over 300 years, right? So there is a mixed race created amongst us, you know which is the Creole people, right? The Creole people, with a C, right? Not with a K, you know. So they call these people Creole just like us, but they don't call them just like them when it's a mixture of us and them, because we intermix together, over 300 years. We don't have treaties with some of them, we married with some of them, so like I said, over 300 years, you know a mixed race, was created, so through the help of that mixed race, they end up, assassinate, uh uh basically the leader of our army,
So they
the
supposed.
leader
So
of
you
the
saying they?
army.
So you saying they supposed to left back 200 years ago in the 1800s? Like they overstayed. So this is why they facilitated all these uniform commercial codes and the contractual constitution. That was just a prolonged. That was just a prolonging of their occupation, right? Of them just staying here, right?
Hell yeah.
Because what do you do? What do you do when you in war and you can't really succumb? You really can't have a so-called enemy succumb to you. You sign treaties. That's what they did with us.
Well, we didn't sign no treaty with that. That's what I'm saying. They cheated, you know when, it was like I said, we at war, with them, so we won the war. Their general literally surrender, literally surrender to us. That happened in the island. You know, it happened in the island. They surrendered to us in the island. Look it up. The biggest army, at the time, in the 1800, was the Napoleon army, was the French army. The French army, was the one that was doing, you know, that was the talk of of that era, because they had different they wasn't just French, they had English people in their army, they had German in their army, they had Spanish in their army, they had blacks in their army, or aboriginal, should I say, in their army, and also they had Africans in their army, so there was a very powerful army, so the Spanish army couldn't stand against them, uh 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 the English army couldn't stand against them, the German army couldn't stand against them, so none of these armies, could stand against French at that time, that's why French took over more. That's why is after English is French is the most speaking language.
Right.
Spanish is the second, right here, but once you go, globally, French is speaking, as English. That you go over there on the other side of the world, in Africa and Europe, English and French is being speak over there. You know what I'm saying? So so right here, in America, Spanish is the second, speaking language. English is first. But in the whole world, English is first, and then French is right there second. Because they were the one, that was, they were the second coming, basically. You know what I'm saying? But like I was saying, so the general surrender, literally surrender to us and ask us to give him 12 days, to gather his troops, and his dead soldiers to go back to France, right? And we give them 12 days. After 12 days, they went back to Europe. You feel me? So uh after that, like I said, through the help of the mixed race, because the mixed race, was fighting on our side, because they wanted to be, to basically have the same authority, as the foreigners, the should I call them, I don't know, should I say the Caucasians, or should I say they uh we know they're not us, they're not melanated, like us. So they wanted to have the same authority as these people, and these people didn't want that to happen. That's why these people named them just like us, Creole. We were Creole people. They named them just like us, Creole. You know what I'm saying? To let them know you're not like us, you're like them. You know what I'm saying? You their child. You know what I'm saying? You're not our child, even though, you know what I'm saying, we rape these women, and we even had sex with them, with some of them willfully. You know what I'm saying? But we're not gonna claim these babies. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, through the help of these people, right? That was ambitious, for power. They assassinated our general after the the French general surrender and went back to Europe. They assassinated our general. I think 2 or 3 years later, you know, they assassinated him. So we ain't even established ourselves, how we're supposed to establish ourselves, how we want to, because we the we the champions. You know what I'm saying? So we decide, what term, we should live on our land. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
the other people that's coming to the business and how they should conduct business on our land. So we didn't even get to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, they assassinated our general. So this is why, they basically start running shit. Because once they assassinate our general, so we thinking that is war again. So we don't have a general. So what you gotta do? You gotta recruit. Because remember, it's the army. It's the army that, that's basically, the army is basically the force, the on the land, because the political force is basically violated. So if the
And you
political
saying
force is
this,
violated, go ahead.
was our indigenous army governed by any type of like governmental institution, or we just like self-governing under the laws of nature?
Under the laws of nature.
Right, right. I see. I figured that. I figured. I already knew that. I just want to see. I figured. Yeah, you right.
Yeah, because we had a political, when we had a political uh uh force, we ain't had no army. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody live in harmony with each other under the political force. So once these people came, they violated our political force. So we had to bring out our military force. You know what I'm saying? And that's when the indigenous army come about.
Right. Yeah, I make it. I see. I see what you're saying. That's some deep shit, man.
So yeah, they want to tell us, because the army, you know the basically they once the general is there, if you understand, if you're looking at it as an army, so every other soldiers, they have to retreat, you know you gotta retreat, you gotta fall back, you know. So while we fall back, and amongst
So let me
ourselves, and we're
so
trying
let me
to
ask
get
you this.
another. Say that
Let me
again.
ask you, let me ask you this, Naga. Somebody that might be listening, they might think to themselves, or somebody on the outside looking in might think to themselves, dang, they got the aborigine, the indigenous people of this planet. They got us subjugated under all these laws. We living in ghettos. We got it the worst way. You might think some somebody else looking from somebody else's perspective, they might think the enemy won just from looking at it, just because of how they got us living on our own land. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we POWs.
Right, right.
We
That's what I was getting to. Right?
POWs because you know they basically give you the story, uh in the past, and make you live it in the future,
Right,
you know. So
right. And
they
that's
make
how
they
they.
make
I also
yeah,
want
they
to say
make us
one thing.
think that they make us think we were slaves and all that, when we were warriors, they were turning us into slave. That was their plan, into turning us into slaves, prisoners of
Right.
wars.
Right,
But
and that's what I was gonna say to anybody listening. We was never slaves. Those people, those indigenous people that they was catching, those were just prisoners that was being caught in war.
yeah,
So say
yeah,
you was with a whole thing of troops. Say you was with a regiment of 10,000 indigenous soldiers, so called, right? And
hmm,
then you went to war, and say a few of them might have got caught and took him
yeah,
back to a plantation, and they would have made that
hmm,
was just prisoner of war. Same thing if you look at World War II. So a lot
that's
of
right.
those a lot of those U.S. troops stayed in Japan. They were prisoners of war. They were starved out. They were hung. They were beat. They were decapitated. So that's what happened with us. That's why when you look back at so-called history, from their point of view, you see us as niggas with chains on, being whipped and beaten. That's because those were just prisoners of war. They were
Bro, you dropping bombs, bro. You feel me? You feel me? And I hope, this live reach some people, and they take it with critical thinking, bro. Not with emotions. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, bro. You spitting fire. You cooking.
Yeah, man. That's how it was. That's what I'm saying. Everything in history was told, and his story is told, and vice versa. So they got us thinking that's to subjugate us. That's to sell that whole slave theory. But like with the movie Roots and all these different 12 years a slave and all the other nonsense. 12 years a slave. That's really when you go through the goddamn school system. But that's besides the point. They had to make it. They had to paint us out as weak. But like you said, we were warriors. We were supreme beings that manifested into this physical reality. So they had to paint us out as weak, submissive. Like we was just we didn't have no fight in us. Because if you watch these slave movies, so-called slave movies, quote unquote, the slave was always submissive to the master. Yes, sir, master. Bound down, but back broken. That's how they want to paint us out. You know,
Yeah, because you know what the thing is, man. You know, our people want us to believe that all of us was slaves, or all of us was warrior, or all of us was ain't not all of us was one thing at once. You know what I'm saying? Was all thing at once. You know what I'm saying? Some of us was warriors, some of us, were
but
deceivers, you know.
healers, teachers, warriors.
So some of us,
Yeah.
hold on right quick. Some of us were deceivers, some of us were warriors, some of us were deceivers, some of us were I mean was receivers, some of us, was, we play all different type of role, because fighting a battle, don't mean that you gotta have a gun or a knife or a sword. That's not what makes you a warrior, because a fight, is being fought in the mental first, before it's physical. If you can conquer, somebody mentally, there is no need to put a chain, on the neck or feet or hands, because when we're trying to domesticate an animal, you know I learned that, in Haiti, you tie them, you tie them, and make sure, they can't really, they don't got the freedom to go anywhere, because they might just, if they're free, they just go and they don't ever come back, because they don't want to receive that discipline, and or they don't want to be domesticated. They're gonna rebel against it. So you gotta tie them somewhere, and you gotta starve them, you know. But once they learn that discipline, once they become domesticated, now you can remove that rope, and they will lay around. They will never go. You know what I'm saying? And they'll come back. So I've learned that. So the reason why, you need the change, is to get to the mental. So if you could get to the mental, there is no need, to get to the physical with it. So it's not, so we was warriors, that was fighting in all different type of way, and we still doing it today. Like right now, we fighting a battle right now. You know what I'm saying? We just got somebody heads off. You know what I'm saying? Somebody just got his head cut off. He ain't even know that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So we and that's just one person. We don't know who's gonna get this live. We don't know who's gonna take that talking point of view, or that as a reference, to basically, reinforce some, what they was already saying, because us, combating, what they telling us, about stories is fighting a battle, because we're doing a mental work, you know, uh, uh, we basically uneducated, our people, ourselves and our people, and we basically, yeah. So it's a battle. So yeah, some of us, was warriors, that had really, we really had weapon like that. We was nice with the sword, nice with the knives. You know what I'm saying? Some of us would disarm them, and took their guns, because they had powder. You know what I'm saying? So we did all that. Ain't nothing we didn't, we didn't do, because if there is one thing, uh if there was one rock, that we didn't turn over, they would have basically, conquered us, and they will
Right.
never conquer us. It don't matter, if this era is not the last. It don't matter if it keep going, how many more era that come, they will never fully conquer us. Is all the it, will- there will is somebody else,
There's no way, man. Just think about it, man. How many of us incarnated here at this time, and we
yeah.
remembering this shit that they done. That's what they most scared of.
Somebody gonna come after me, that's gonna go harder than I go. That's why it's only gonna get harder. It's not gonna get easier, because that's what it is. When you fight in a battle, if you're looking at it, it's just getting, harder and harder, bloodier and bloodier. You know what I'm saying? Until you get to the end. So this is what's gonna happen. So we're gonna get to the bottom of this one way or the other. You know what I'm saying? So
Right? Hey, so crazy, man. I was listening to this one dude, man, and he was saying World War II, World War I was all a smoke screen. He said they was really fighting us often, like in other like outside of the ice wall in Asgard. He said World War II, World War I was really them getting rid of like all our old structures and shit like that. Like trying to get rid of us on the back end. But they painted it out to where they act like they was fighting against each other, but they was really taking us to war.
World War II, World War I and World War II, to me, is Africa, Europe, and Asia. That's World War I. That's when they conquer, you know, uh uh these lands, right? That was considered to be a World War I. And then World War II is when they, basically get a hold of this mass land right here, America, right? And World
Right.
War Three is them trying to get a hold of the Caribbean, you know, that we already dead in the 1800. We already did it in the 1800.
Wow, man, that's deep. So you saying World War III already took place. We can say
Already took place.
we can say it was more of a psychological warfare too, and then yeah, that makes sense. I'm saying like, where do you see things going next, man? Like with us indigenous people, with the aborigines of this planet, man. That's organic to this land.
You say where do I see what?
Where do you see things going next? What do you see like the way when you look at things now and our situation now? What do you see happening next? You know, so a part of me feel like we gonna get the land back, but then a part of me feel like, man, some things, nah, I don't see it happening because I feel like it's too far gone. I feel like they got to be totally eradicated, and I'm not talking about a necessarily demographic of people. I'm talking about these entities.
Hmm. Well, this is how I envision it. This is how I see it, right? And I see me a part of it also, right? Like I see me. I don't see, a future without myself in it. You know what I'm saying? So what I see, including myself, right, is more and more of us rising, right? I seen, more and more, you know, uh things that they that's hidden in plain sight, is being revealed to us, you know, because to me, this is uh to me, like I said, what we're seeing right now already took place in the 1800. You know, the world didn't understand it because it happened so fast. It's like Michael Tyson, went in, and fight, and had a fight with somebody, in the first, 15 seconds, he knocked somebody out, and then you had people, that was coming, to see the game, but they was late. They ain't even, and they see people walking out. They don't even know what happened if Michael Tyson already won the fight by knockout. So this is what's going on right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's about, like I said, World War III, which we already won. You know, so it happened so fast. And so far, outside of this world. You know what I'm saying? So people don't understand what's going on, you know and like I said, more and more people going to uh 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 see what was hidden from them in plain sight, and we we more and more of us, we're coming together. This is what uh the reveal of a nation, looking like. You know what I'm saying? This is the beginning, of the of revealing the revealing of a nation, of us rising up, you know what I'm saying? And uh restore uh our rightful place, you know what I'm saying, in the not only, on this continent, but in the cosmos. You know what I'm saying? As
Right,
God.
most definitely.
Yeah. So I see myself, what I'm saying? I see myself in that, what I'm saying? And that's what I see, what I'm saying? And it happened very fast, you know what I'm saying? Because it's the revealing, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
Like I
man.
said,
It took them 400 years to get us in this situation, but it's gonna take this system's gonna collapse within less than a week. All this shit has been implemented over time. It's gonna collapse within less than 2 weeks, man. It's gonna be over.
nah, it's collapsing, throughout, a generation, throughout one generation, is basically, you know, it happened. It didn't it happened fast, but it's not like a big bang. You know what I'm saying? Not like, like 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 light or time. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it is happening fast. You know what I'm saying? But like I'm saying, this is a part of it right now. You know what I'm saying? What we're doing right now, we basically peeling the onions. You know what I'm saying? we
Right, right.
we removing the layers, you know what I'm saying, that, and that's just us, you know what I'm saying. Imagine organization, that already come together, we ain't even aware of yet, you know what I'm saying. So it's not just us, you know what I'm saying, is a lot of us, you know what I'm saying. I'm not going to say most of us, or all of us, but it's not just me or just you know what I'm saying, but we just ain't realize that we're together. but we already together. You know what I'm saying? And more and more and more, the war is going to corner us together. You know what I'm saying? We're all going to be in the same corner. You know what I'm saying? Where we have to start looking, watching each other back, and we're going to realize we're part of the same team.
Right. What's up, so Alma?
Yeah, much love to Saama.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. Like they try to delete us, man. They try to get rid of us, man. But we don't die. Supposedly, we just transcend. We come back. We multiply, man, to get this message through. That we the true Aborigines, man. The beginning and the end. Ain't no end for us, you know. But they say first should be last and last should be first, but we always gonna be first, man. That's with anything, you know. That's what I'm saying. Like you saying earlier, I feel like a lot of people don't want to touch on this topic because they might feel left out or they might feel like inferior just on the topic alone. But it's not even that. It's just it's embracing our heritage, man, embracing who we truly are at our core, man, you know, because we've been lied to, you know, spells been cast on us, technology has been passed down through different generations, you know, since these
Not,
are
not
inventors.
only that, not only that, the biggest barrier, you know, is some of our people that's asleep and attached so much, you know, to these people, you know, that's
Right, they
in
got
the
they got
way.
they got they got Stockholm syndrome, man.
Yeah, bro, they're in the way. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like I said, bro, if you know, and if you have eyes to see, you know what you're seeing. You know what you're seeing. What you're smelling. It's like you know what you're feeling. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying. Something is close. You know what I'm saying. It's just that there is a lot of noise. That that's trying to convince you. It's something different. You know what I'm saying? So but Naga had me rolling yesterday. Damn, where was I at? Where was I at? So you said yesterday.
And she got some good content on her channel by indigenous people too, man. I don't check out a few of her videos, man.
Yeah, hell yeah.
She got
Where
some
was
good
I
content.
at? So let me know.
She said
Oh,
on
on OG. Yeah, I was wilding out on OG for real though. I went in a little bit, but I was more, I was just, uh, man, how not gotta do. So sometimes you gotta poke the beer. You know what I'm saying? So every once in a while, I'll be poking the beer.
Hey, I was thinking about something earlier, Naga, man. I was thinking about those so-called migrants coming in, and I was thinking about so I don't like using titles, but I gotta say this shit. Like how white people talk about the migrants they come across the border. I was thinking to myself, I said these migrants getting all these they being fed, they being housed, they have some type of privilege. And I'm thinking to myself, I feel like white people, this is not to all my white people. I'm saying to the like, you know what I'm saying, like to those ones that got some privilege here. I feel like they getting jealous of those migrants because the migrants is taking their place. Because the government don't give a fuck about them no more. The government never cared to give a fuck about them anyway. They just use them as a tool to keep us up, like subjugated. But I feel like they look at the migrants like, damn, they taking our place.
That's right. That's right. That's what it looked like. And some some of our people that doesn't know who they are feel the same way too. And put both of them together. You know, now you have you have resistance. You know what I'm saying? So Now they got something, to basically, to build, a political what you call it, these rallies they be having. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, is you know what I'm saying? That's what they trying to do. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, if the people that's letting them coming in is people that look like, those white people. Is white people that's letting them come in. It's not it's not black people that's in power, that's in, the White House, that's letting, other black people from other land come here. That's not what's happening. So, you know, it is your people that's letting these people come in. So what that says about, your own people. So you shouldn't feel that, they're replacing you. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I say on the white side and even on the black side, you know, as those of our brothers, that felt like, they're replacing us, or they they're taking, our uh 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 you know they take basically, yeah, they're taking our place. You know what I'm saying? That low, whatever, we get from the government, benefits we get from the government, they getting it and we ain't getting it. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah,
Right.
so
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
what we
you can
were
join.
saying.
I got
Come
the link.
on.
I got the link in the comments right there. So how much you can get? Of course you can join.
Yeah.
I'll let you up on the stage anytime.
You aboriginal, so you see the topic is aboriginal talk, if I'm right. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? So you shouldn't feel like, they're replacing you or taking any benefits, uh you're getting, if we're complaining, that we ain't getting nothing from the government. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's like old boy earlier with that MAGA. He don't know what the hell that mean. MAGA's the highest degree in the Church of Satan. They uneducated, man.
Yeah, that's why I keep asking him. That's
He
why
don't
I
know that
pin
though.
him. That's why I pin him to that. I make sure I let him know. I know what that mean, and I want to know, why do you have it? And he couldn't tell me why he had it.
He don't even know why. What's up, Alma?
Much love, so and sorry about the other day.
Mic check. Peace, peace. Can y'all hear
Yes,
me?
look. Yes, look. Loud
Oh
and
Yeah,
clear.
yeah,
I can hear you.
yeah. Thank you for letting me join. I don't even know what y'all talking about, but I'm like, let me let me just butt in.
It's Aboriginal talk. I know you're Aborigine. I don't know what geographical landmass you on, but from your picture, I
Mhm.
can tell you're Aboriginal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep. I'm in Europe now, but I was born in South America, so I'm an Aboriginal.
That's what's up.
Yep. Hmm.
I also want to ask you, did your was that passed down to you? You knowing that we Aboriginals, or did you find that out later?
Um. Yeah, to be honest, it wasn't passed down. I've always known that or let me say, like, ever since I came to YouTube, I started questioning, like, wait a minute, because where I'm from, Suriname, it's like we got those the what you would call indigenous Indians too, but it's the ones with the straight hair, looking like Mexicans, right?
Oh, the Mongolians.
Right. And they're even on the Suriname flag, like two Indians with bow and arrow. But when I look at old pictures from what they call Indian or Aboriginals or whatever, or indigenous people, they all have dark skin and curly hair or kinky hair. So I'm like, so why are they claiming that they were the first one? So that's I'm researching now to see if they migrated to South America too. You know.
That's crazy. They got them over there to the $5 Indian, the Siberian. Yeah, I was somewhere yesterday and I seen the $5 Indian on the wall. I said, man, he look almost Caucasian. I said, man, look at this
Mm,
shit, man. It's some identity thieves because they don't have no homes. These are nomads. They look.
mm.
And when you look at if you look at the if you look at a $5 Indian closely, they look Asian. They look like Asian. They look Oriental.
Right, right. But the ones in Suriname and South America, they're dark skin too, but not as like light skin, but with curly hair. Because some of them are mixed with Aboriginal.
Right.
We call them Dogla. Dogla means it sounds like Douglas, the last name, but Dogla is like a term for if you got curly hair when you're mixed with Chinese or Hindustani or even you know white people. We call them Dogla, but the ones over in Suriname, yeah, they got a little bit dark skin, and some of their hair is straight, black hair. Cause I've never seen a blonde Indian. You ever seen a blonde one or with brown hair? They all got black hair, right?
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, they claim to be, and they have land. Like the government, they won. I just made a video on how they won their case, claiming their land back, um, from the government. So I'm like, wow. So why? And we, as dark, quote unquote, dark skinned, brown, black, quote unquote, black people, we have to fight for our land back. But they get their land back.
That's because they made not treaties. They signed contracts. It was called a Dawes Roll. They literally paid $5 for land and they paid $5 for identity. That's what made them nationalized citizens. So that's what gave them the upper hand over us on our own land. That's why it always seemed like the playing field wasn't equal because the
Mhm.
government has subsidies for them and
Hmm.
they literally paid $5 for our identity for our essence, not for our essence because we always gonna have our essence. They don't have our essence, but they have our identity. If that makes sense.
Yeah. But that's
'Cause
what
they,
I'm saying. Like the ones in South America don't look like the ones in America. Those are like mixed with white people, so their skin tone is lighter. Like the one in the movies, your Western movies, like they're not like that. Those are the $5 ones, but the one in South America, they still look different. Maybe because they're from the Amazon rainforest or whatever, but they still look different. But they still got the what you call the slick hair, like straight hair.
man, they GMO, man. They GMO. We original. They GMO.
Mm-mm.
And this is no
Right,
disrespect to them, but I feel like they was a part of the war that was fought against us. Because I say this all the time. What the fuck? They wasn't in the streets. They weren't getting hung from trees. They ain't had. They did. They wasn't subjugated to any of the shit we was subjugated to. They was nowhere to be found throughout time. Only time we seen these motherfuckers is when it was time to take pictures. It's the only time we
right.
seen them. They all active.
Because even like
I,
Naga is oh, go ahead.
go ahead. No, you got it.
No, I was gonna ask you like because in even in the Virgin Islands or in Haiti, they got those Indians too with the straight hair.
Yeah,
Not but they call them Taino, right?
yeah,
See, that's different. Or I don't know, because I feel there's only two races when it comes to them. It's like the Arawak and the Carib
yeah,
or
yeah.
Kalinago, Kalinia. Yeah.
That's the only. That is only two. You
You
said it.
see? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I think these people are Europeans. I think they mix. With black Europeans. You know,
Mm.
because the black Europeans already have a mixture with the black Africans. You know, so I think these Indians they came from Europe. They descended from pure white people mixed with with black Europeans or melanated Europeans and
Like the
African.
Jews, the Ashkenazi. Mm. Maybe the Ashkenazi. That because that's what I think that's the ones that are in North America.
Right. Yeah. The
Those
Ashkenazi and the Khazarians, Ashkenazi. Yeah, that's true.
Hmm.
they mixed with, mm, they became the so-called $5 Indians.
They're all over. After Germany, after Germany, after Hitler or during Hitler, you know, they all of them, had to leave. Either they all had to leave Europe, or either Europe, basically, you know send them over here to replace us, or to make it look like they're the original, and we came basically because they've been telling us we came from Africa. So that's show me right there. Okay, they didn't want us to have no connection to this land. So who they wanted to have a connection to this land? These $5 Indians they brought.
Mm.
Right. You can just tell. I had a Caucasian woman tell me the other day that her dad was Indian and she's Indian. I started thinking to myself, I had to break it down to her. My higher self, like my soul couldn't let that shit pass. I said, look, we got reclassified. Yeah, I broke it down to her. So I said, y'all what they call $5 Indian or Mongolian. I said, y'all was giving y'all identity. I said, but we original. I said, we been here since day one. I said, I traced my family back to Choctaw, Mississippi, Blackfoot. I said, you got to
Mm.
just go back and look. I said a major reclassification process happened with the de facto government when they rebranded us to black, African American, colored, and all this other nonsense. And they gave y'all our identity. So now motherfucker with straight hair, straight dog hair, and white skin can say they Indian because they paid for their identity
Mm.
via the United States government. That's what I was trying to tell her. I conveyed that to her, and like she was shocked. Like, wow, I didn't know that. She's like,
Mm.
dang. She wasn't being irate. She might have said, "Fuck me."
They didn't pay. They didn't pay for that. It's just like it's like Israel. Israel didn't pay a dime to get that land
Mm.
they have right now. There was people already on that land.
Yep.
How the hell they get, that land is theirs? You know what I'm saying? How the hell the original people that the Bible speak of, from the beginning of time. How is that possible? You know what I'm saying? So it's the same game that they playing with us with these father Indians.
Because even in like in Suriname, keep saying Suriname, like this is South America. The so-called Indians, they don't like black people, quote unquote black people. They call us negro, not negro, but necro.
Wow.
Necro comes
Because they
from like
know.
it sounds like necro, like necromancy. It's like dead people. I'm like, hell yeah, we're dead people, and not dead like dead. We're the ancient ones. We came back.
Yeah, ça veut dire noir
Mm,
because understand they're they Latins, right? Which
yeah,
mean that not black. Latin literally mean not black,
mm,
right?
Latin. Okay. Mm.
So them saying that calling us negro is telling us we're black, and them calling them Latins is saying that they're not black.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
like no, they say necro with a C, not negro, necro, like necromancy, dead.
Right, right.
oh,
That's what that means with a C. Yep.
oh
Hmm.
wow.
But it's not. I don't take it as negative because that, like, you know how that I don't read the
Oh, it's
Bible, but
probably German too. No,
listen,
no,
that's
no.
that scripture in like the dead shall walk amongst us or whatever.
Hmm.
It's like we are the dead ones, and it doesn't mean that it's bad. Ancient dead, like we're the ancient one. We came back. The ancestors are back. That's why they call us necro, because we rose from the dead.
Wow.
Hmm.
That's deep. Wow, that's deep.
Yeah, but they don't know why they say necro.
Yeah,
I
because
bet
they're
it's from
ignorant.
ancient.
They're
Hmm.
ignorant. Because
Yeah, they think
That,
it's a
that,
cuss
that,
word, but to me,
that,
it's
that
a
was like
compliment.
That's like that guy on the panel earlier was saying nigger. He don't understand the original troglodyte nigger was a caveman, was a fucking monkey,
Mm.
was a cave dweller. He's only talking about himself because
Oh,
he
never.
has recessive genes. Anybody with recessive genes that can't take the natural elements of this realm is a nigger, is a caveman, is a monkey. So they only.
but
So I'm saying it's reverse psychology. They don't, you know what I'm saying?
I didn't get the
yeah, but I
notification, so I
still
came
but
in
I
late.
still that's something that I came to understand when I came to the state. In the Virgin Islands, we don't know but that racism shit. You
Mm.
know, so trying to make sense of that, I still don't understand how nigger mean monkey.
Mm.
How it mean I'm black, or how it make me look inferior. I still
Right.
can't comprehend it because it's a word that describes something, and it's a it's a mispronounced, of an original word already.
It is a
So
good terminology because over there in what so-called Africa, it's a country called Niger,
right,
Niger. So but I'm saying like she was saying, everything they took it and inverted it and made it nefarious. But in actuality, that's what I'm saying. It's reverse psychology. In actuality, it's really good. So anything they tell us is bad is really good. Anything that's good is really bad. So
Yeah,
when they
everything
call
is
us
reversed. Yeah.
right, so when they call us these derogatory terminologies, it's really in a good way, you
It's a
know,
compliment.
a
Hmm.
compliment.
that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. I don't understand how that made me look inferior because I know what Niger mean and I know what Naga mean, right?
Naga.
So
Right.
by saying nigger, I don't take that offensive. To me, it's a lot of people that trying to pronounce my name, they pronounce it wrong. I don't take offense to that. Okay. You just can't
Look,
pronounce it, the right way. It's cool. I get
and
it.
even if they want to roll the R, nigger, like I don't. What it's the way they talk. It's like
Even
some people.
Spanish, yeah. Even
Right.
Spanish
Some
people,
people
they
can
pronounce my name like
pronounce
that.
like the Chinese can pronounce the R or the L, so they speak different. So when they say nigger, don't take it as an effect. I like, like it's their way of pronouncing it,
That's what I'm
So
saying.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know, but and more I'm learning, you know, okay, there is a action behind that. I'm learning, okay, more, oh, they used to hang us, because of that word, you know. And I'm like, oh, okay. They used to hang, like really hang people because of that word. Okay, if that makes sense, or because you was black, you know, if they did that, right, then I see why you take offense, when they pronounce it like that. If that really happened, right? Because I don't know the history, of on Jim Crow law. You know what I'm saying? I
Mm.
wasn't here. I wasn't even born. I was born in 1993. You know what I'm saying? So I hear, they said this and that happened. So I gotta talk to people that really, cause me, the best history for me or the best information is word of mouth. For real.
Yeah.
Is word of mouth. So I want to know, okay, how did you know that? You know what I'm saying? Did you learn that, from a source, school or whatever, or did you know that, from, you know, from older people? You know what I'm saying? That, hear it from older people. You know what I'm saying? Because I know the more older people that hear it from older people is closer to the original people.
Oh, I see. Cause in StreamYard it still shows, but in the YouTube chat it doesn't show. I see. What's his name? MC Nemesis. Was he here? Was he the one on the panel?
Yeah, is
Lord,
him.
how they found you? How they found Truth? God damn it! Mm.
I ain't even know who he was, but I know who he am today.
He was, yeah, he was on Charles. I think he even went on Smoke Signal. I don't know how these people be finding our channels, dude. Like, what the
Now
hell?
you gotta think they. I ain't saying he is, but they got and those underground bunkers, like those dumps, those deep underground military bases. They got
Hmm.
paid agents. They go on. They know who we are, so they come on our channels. And these agents, they come on. That's what they do. I'm not saying that's what he is, but they do exist. Those type of agents to where
Yeah.
they know who's who, and if you certain type of information that you putting out, they'll go to your channel and and try to antagonize and try to discredit what you're saying. Try
Mm,
like he just an agent just in it in general, just coming on there spewing out racist, preposterous bullshit out his mouth. So he's so ignorant. I ain't really giving the time of day.
right.
Yeah, even though
He
he
couldn't, he
in
couldn't
that,
really.
he's being possessed by that spirit, right? Even though he ain't consciously, a part, of that, of these people that monitoring us, but the spirit, is using him because of the type of people he is. So the spirit, get away, you know, and get into him. So it's time like he probably don't know what to do. Like, man, he's how you probably sometimes you probably feel like, man, damn. I'm just gonna say it gonna say it to for the truth, because and at that point you get exactly what I'm saying. You ever get to a point where you're like, damn, I want to have some sex, right? Because you have a woman or a wife, right?
Right.
Right? It's like something just came to you, or it's just a feeling. It's not like you were thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? It just came. You know what I'm saying? And then you just get to it. It's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? With these, negative, energy. Whenever they get access, it just come. You know what I'm saying? And if you create a safe space for that energy, you know what I'm saying? That energy gonna inhabit your body. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you just
What's up, Tia Roberta? What's up? She said we are the originals. Words cast spells, and then she said they are washing out the melatonin with EGI practices.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She's saying aboriginal means or abnormal. I don't. Yeah, I think the literal word ab, because Abba means father. Ab original, but I'm more leaning on the word abo, abo. It's like the blood types. You got blood type A, B, and O, right? And O is the most wanted blood types. Um,
Oh, wow, wow. That's damn.
right? Because and then A is the rarest. I thought O was the rarest because us quote unquote aboriginals, most of us have O, and O can give blood to everybody, but
Right.
we can only receive from O negative or O positive if you're a O, but we can give blood to A and B, negative or positive, but we can't receive blood from them. So what does that tell you?
And they inorganic. They GMO. They not organic. The straight hair is Caucasian for a reason. She said the straight hair. Yeah, yeah, that's because they have it's different genetics. People get we start talking about genetics, people get in their feelings and start calling us racist. And like I said before, racist is nothing but a military caste system. It's not necessarily a demographic of people. So that's what I'm
Mhm.
saying. It's just genetics. We have different chromosomes. You gotta think they were genetically spliced into existence via pig DNA, monkey DNA, dog DNA. They share the same genetic properties as dogs, man.
Yeah, that's the Yakub story, but I don't know. I tend to give everybody the benefit of the doubt as long as they don't cross me, no matter what skin color. I can say I can have like I won't. I refuse to live with hate in my heart for other people, like people that are not
Right,
our skin tone
right.
or be prejudiced or whatever. Um, as long as you don't cross me, I'm Gucci. You know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you this then, so Alma, what do you think all these other? I'm not gonna necessarily pin it down to like one nationality of people. What do you
Mhm.
think all these different species of people come from then besides the originals, us? What do you think? You think like Naga's hypothesis is they come from another realm. That I mean
Mhm.
that's kind of like I can see
Yeah,
that. What's your take on that?
the same. Just like they say, Hindustani people or the people from India or whatever, they come from Nirvana, another galaxy. I feel like, yeah, because when you look, I don't know if y'all know yeah, I'm sure because you've been on Charles Watts's channel, the David Ramsey map, that old map, they show 8 kings on the map, right? All those 8 kings have a different skin tone. So I'm thinking when they wrote in the Bible or where it said, let us make men to our image and to our likeness, that was those eight kings talking to each other. Because why would it say, if God made us, then why did it say let us? Who is us? Um, so I think there's basic, because at first I counted seven kings, but when I looked closer, it was eight kings. One of them is dark skin, and all the others like pink, yellow, all all different skin tones. So I think those eight kings divided or whatever, started cloning or whatever. And then they divided the land into eight continents, and they took over each continent. Um,
Mm,
yeah, because they say there's only seven, but there's eight. Oceania, or whatever it's called, is the eighth continent, but it's underwater, like
wow.
Atlantis. Yeah, that's what I think. So, but I think they came from, I don't know, maybe behind those so-called ice walls, because now the people are trying to debunk the ice walls. I'm like, what? you know and like all the planets, and I think there's no planets in the sky, there's just extra land, extra terra.
Right. Yep. Yep. Infinity land. It's just
Yeah,
an infinite. It's just infinite land. That's it. Outside of the ice wall.
right. I think they came from behind those walls, um and started exploring, and I don't know. But I think they're from a different reality too, like each of us are from a different, even the Dogon say we come from what? Serious B or Serious A? I don't know.
Right.
Or they come from, I won't say we, because that'll make me an African. But they come from Serious B.
Yeah. I was going to ask you this too. You say you from South America, right?
Yeah.
So when y'all were being indoctrinated, was so called educated, was that slave narrative passed along to you all too?
Yep. And that's why I'm starting to dig in my history, like, because I pulled up some old archives where, because my country, Suriname, was owned by, what, Portuguese, Dutch, French. The last one were the Dutch, right? That's why the language in Suriname is like black people, all kinds of races. We speak Dutch. That's what they teach us in school. I wasn't allowed to speak Suriname at home. My mom used to, like, no, So we were taught to speak Dutch. So I speak English, Dutch, and my own native tongue, Suriname. And I'm
Hmm.
learning to speak Arawak and Carib, because my dad said, because my dad was a Carib Indian. Anywho, um, yeah, we were indoctrinated for sure.
Like beyond indoctrinated. The technology was so potent.
Whew.
Shit it was astrological, man. The technology they put us under, man, under a deep hypnosis of sleep. Had us thinking we somebody else, you know,
Yep.
instead of like, but our culture, who we are as a people always seeps through, from our moves, from like the foods that we cook, because my grandma used to do cooks down in Mississippi, and I never under like why, because all her and her friends would like they would meet up and just make out quilts. Come to find out, that's an Indian heritage. That's something that we always done.
Yep. Quilt. We call it mamio. A quilt is a mamio. My mom was a sewster, so seamstress, whatever. So she made clothes, our own, clothing. So yeah. Hmm.
Right? They can erase your identity, but they can't erase DNA.
Right.
DNA because we water beings. And, water retains information, and we can remember these things, and it's just embedded in deep inside of us, deep rooted. We have strong ties to this land, to this planet, with this realm, and that fact, whatever you want to call it.
Right, but I don't know the way things are, or the people that are watching on YouTube, the Aboriginals, they be like, if they don't watch out, they become like, how do you say that? Because if you say one thing, like, you can't say shit about America, North America, they all jump on you, just like they did Naga last night. I'm like, God damn it! Like they become patriarch, like
What happened? What happened last night? You said Naga had mentioned something about to Mary about over here.
um what was it again? Naga? No, he started saying or it was about they made fun of his accent, like they called him all kinds of European, French, whatever, just because he doesn't sound like a regular Haitian. Like what the hell? It was so. I'm like, damn, it's like what's it called? A
Nah,
patriot,
it was
patriot.
more. I think it was more a lot of hate, self hate, confusion
Yes.
because there was another Haitian on the panel, but
Yeah.
he don't he was born here, you know.
Right.
Like me, I was born outside of the land too, right? But I know the culture, I could speak it, you know, the language. I can understand the people. It is like, you know, the only difference, you know, is basically, you know, is the place of birth, you know, between me and anybody that's really, you know, any real Zoe. So look, so he you know, saying that he basically saying that there is difference, though, which I've been saying, you know, is different. Just like here, it's different aboriginals. Some of the aboriginals sell out. They gatekeepers. You know what I'm saying? You know, they're not, you know, for the people for real. You know, because some of them they're in position, you know, to really help the people. You know, but they just rather entertain the people instead of really, uh wake the people up. So it's the same thing, you know, for Haitians. So of course, you know, I've always said that. So he was talking about that. So because he said that, so I guess everybody on the panel took it as if that, you know, or I'm the bad guy, you know, and he's the good one. So no, so they start saying that, you know, I'm not even, you know, Haitian, you know, like that I'm probably African or whatever the case may be, you know, and
Mm,
I'm trying to say, okay, so all right, so let's see. Let put it let's put it to the test.
right.
And you know, I try with the Haitian guy, you know, and I realized that, you know, he can't even speak it. So I'm like, all right, it don't even make no sense because I'm speaking to
Mhm.
him in Creole and he's answering me in English. I'm like, okay, he get it. He understand what I'm saying, but he don't know how to, you know, communicate back. So I'm like, that's, you know, that's nothing. So I want, you know, them to get somebody, you know, they think that could, you know, that's really Haitian, you know, and I'm gonna have a conversation with them, you know. But
Mm,
they didn't want to cross that line. You know, they would rather say, "Oh yeah, he not that, he not this, he's not that." But it's all started, you know, over a statement that was made, you know, that knew that was gonna go towards, you know, Haiti, you know, because it's the Haitian guy that made this statement, you know. So I know, and the way he made this statement, and the way the other guy answer him, OTK answer him, I'm like, okay, it's something they don't know. But there is the other guy, Root Words. He know that the history, you know, so
mhm.
he already see what's gonna happen, you know. So he trying to stop the conversation. But the other Aboriginal brother that don't know what's gonna happen yet, now two Aboriginal is debating against each other, you know,
It
over
was
something
crazy.
that ain't even said yet, you know.
And but I was I was like biting my fingers not to type in the chat, like because I was in the bushes, right? Because
Mm,
it's like they pulled the Sanchez on you.
I
Like
know.
Woodward acted like he didn't know you from what, 5, 6
Hmm.
years ago. Philly OG acted like you brand new. Like what the hell?
Whose channel was this?
Philly OG.
Big
Nah,
dog
OG
Philly
cool though.
OG.
OG was cool. You know, he just didn't want me to go, you know, to go hard on these guys like that.
You said his
You
name is
know,
Pink the OG.
yeah. Huh?
What's his channel's name?
Big
Big
dog
Dog Philly OG.
Philly OG.
Big Dog Philly. I'll look him up later. I never heard of him. I never heard of that channel.
Man.
But yeah,
Oh.
OG was cool. You know, OG, me and OG, you know, we see it where we see at, you know, on that government thing, on the religion, you know. and we don't
Yeah.
take it no outside of that. So we're cool. You know what I'm saying? So he already know that too. You know what I'm saying? He just didn't want me to go to all of these brothers because he looking at like these my aboriginal brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like chill out. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how he was basically saying. That's the energy at least I see he was getting. But is the other guy that some of them they don't really know me for real, but root words he know me. You know what I'm saying? He
Right.
basically had his first debate with me. You know, so before me, he had never debate nobody in it, nobody at all.
Mm-hmm. I
So
used
That's
to like,
that's what I'm saying. Be our own people. They want to facilitate separatism because we all actuality, like we were saying earlier, we really all the same, man. That's the
right.
oppressor. That's the oppressor's mindset saying, yeah, he's Haitian, Dominican, they
Yes.
Mississippians. In all actuality, we was all on one landmass together at our peace. I'm saying we really Atlanteans. We was all on
Right.
one landmass together.
Because Woodward is always the first one to call you a foreigner, like
hmm
you're a tether, like he used to do that to me in drops chat all the time. Oh,
hmm
you're a European. Shut the fuck up, Alma. You're I'm like, what the hell?
hmm
Alma, stay
yeah,
out of this. You're a European.
that's
You're,
why I
you
call
know,
him out. That's why I call him out because I
that's
No,
know
cool.
I'm like, but I see now he and OTK is getting into this, so I had to sleep my way into it after they don't got you. That's why OTK came back and said, "Oh, I see why you was arguing with me with words. That's where the conversation was gonna go." I'm like, yeah, that's where the conversation was gonna go. This is the truth that y'all don't want to talk about it because the political because the political or not even political because the well I guess it's a political term because Haiti is a political term, it's not an identity, but because the political term that I guess the history is being told under you know because is Haiti, they don't want to they don't want to deal with that. They rather say is the French. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
That did this, that did that. When is our own people? We, what I'm saying? Nobody really let us, stop doing nothing to us that they came to do in the first place. They would rather us, succeed. If
They
we
can,
get out if we get out of any situation, it's because we fought. It's because we give our sweat, and blood,
yeah.
to make sure we get out in a situation. But because they divide us, and make us think that we're different people, so we don't want to accept the history from our own people.
They don't want to hear. As soon as you say, yeah, let's say people from Haiti or people from South America help their country with anything. They're gonna spaz, they're gonna glitch, they're gonna throw a fit. Like, what you mean? That's what Rootward did last night. He didn't want to hear that, like
yeah,
Haitian people or Aboriginal people help fought in the war. He's like, no, like I have I think it's my great grandfather. He fought in the war in I think World War II. Um, and his mom, she waited because he came back in a casket. He died in the war. They got because we was a colony of the Dutch. So the Dutch, they instead of sending their own troops, they came to Suriname and got people from Suriname to fight in their war. So a lot of Suriname people died in World War II, but they don't want to hear that. Like, like, or that, or even from America. Like, soon as they hear, and the same with immigrants, they keep complaining. And I heard you say it earlier too, Truth. Um, it's like indentured. How do you say that? When people
Indentured
come,
servant,
yes,
POW.
yeah, when people come from another country to work, or even like to seek asylum, it's whatever. They don't want to do the dirty job, cleaning toilets or whatever, mowing people's lawn or whatever. So that's what the people who come to another country and they don't get a job, that's what they're willing to do.
right.
Just like over here in the Netherlands, the Turkish people and the Moroccan people, they were indentured laborers too. Now they're cleaning the airport and doing all those jobs that the white people don't want to do. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I feel like stop. I don't get it when they complain like they come over here and take our job, but you don't want to clean no toilets. Like what the hell? The
Yeah,
fuck?
that's what yeah, that's what I was saying. They feel like even organic people, man, even us, we feel like the migrants. I seen a Aboriginal woman complaining they taking all our money. It's not even our money because the fiat currency is worthless anyway. You
Hmm,
know, it's about because they feel like the government's gonna give them, gonna give them more than what they already gave us. Well, they really ain't gave us shit. It's just a
hmm,
mindset.
right.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Like y'all was saying about that panel, they saying we all different. No, that's preposterous. How is
Hmm,
that when 90% of the Aborigines were wiped out off were killed in Australia due to
mhm,
colonization, man? You know, so we all fought the same battle. We still fighting the same battle. The war is against the original people of this realm.
hmm,
It's been that way since we got invaded. Since they came to this realm.
hmm.
So it's the same fight. So that's just that's just separate. That's just separatism, man. That's just creating more. That's like a distraction, man. You know.
Let me ask you a question. What do y'all think, or y'all know or feel it mean, to be uh to be
Aboriginal?
nah, not aboriginal. Nah, y'all, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back to it.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I'm, oh
my
no,
bad.
go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm in the same lane as you. I'm doing a lot of researching. I'm doing a
Yeah.
lot of studying. You know, I asked my mom because 'cause my grandmother's not around no more. But my mom told me, yeah, she personified it for me. She's like, yeah, we that's who we are. That's who your great grandma was.
Hmm.
You know,
But at the same time, we can't. It's like it's hard, cause to how do you to claim a set like my whole family mixed right now. Like I got cousins, nephews, dating or having made children with white people or quote unquote, pale pale faces, um, Moroccan people, Turkish, like my whole family mixed. So who am I to, um, to say like, oh, I don't wanna associate myself with this and no, my family mixed. I can do shit about it.
right? Same thing. Yeah, same thing with my family. My kid is mixed. But we've been doing this. We've been intermingling since day one. This is where all these different nationalities of people come from interbreeding.
Right.
Majority from rape. You know,
Yeah.
via all these conquistadors, man. Via them coming to like different land masses and setting up shop. You know,
Yep.
what's been going on? Ain't nothing new under this permanent dome.
Hmm. That's true. That is true. So that's why I don't even like, that's why I keep saying like as long as if they don't show me their true self, I'm Gucci. Once you show me your like no matter what color you are, once you show me your true self, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah, I'm out. That's how I am too. As long as we tell our kids who they are, I remind my daughter all the time. I remind them all the time who they are. You know, that's what we.
mm,
That's what should be done. You just tell them, remind them.
yes.
Place skills and who they are. You know, teach them the things they not gonna teach them in school.
Mm. Oh, and that's what I was talking about the last time I went live, like mixed children. Um, and they're like you as a parent, you have to really set that in their mind from a baby because they're gonna grow up being bullied or whatever or having to feel that or feeling that they need to make a choice between black or white or whatever, you know. So you gotta teach them when they're young because I see it in my nieces, their children. They be like, let's say the mom I'm gonna say black for lack of better words. The mom is black, the dad is white for lack of better word. Then they divorce or they break up. the children usually end up with the mom who is black. But now they got mixed children, right?
Right.
And then because the dad is not around, um, the children grow up with mom's family who was black, but they're mixed. So now they're around only black people. And then when they grow up, they tend to lean or date black people, quote unquote black. Um, but some don't. They, and then if they feel attracted to uh another race, they feel conflicted, like, damn, my mom is going to be upset, and so that's
Right.
what I mean, like, from young, from a baby, or from when they're young, you have to instill that in them, who they are, and make
Most
sure they
definitely.
don't feel bad about themselves for being mixed, because they can't help it.
Most definitely.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I try to do as much as I can,
Yeah.
because my parents really didn't educate us on these type of things. We would just they just gave us the Bible and told us to go to college. That was it.
Right.
And said, nigga, either you gonna go to church and worship this government system,
Right.
and you just gonna you're gonna be. It was two pipelines. It was the military industrial complex. Go to the military. Matter of fact, it
Mhm.
was three: college, Roman cathedral ideologies, out of
Yeah.
fucking church.
Right. My
So,
mom
so,
told me my diploma was my husband.
so,
Like,
Chief,
don't
I
go
got a
looking for
question.
no man to save you. That's your diploma. That's your husband.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I feel like the older generation they let us down. I can't blame them all because I guess it's just the way the Matrix sets everything up in the way. What's up, Smoking G? What's up, Sharp? They just
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
yeah,
Oh
we hear
yeah.
you, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Just so, when did you find out you was Aboriginal?
When did I find out? I kind of knew it as a kid because like I said, I looked at a picture of my great grandmother, and she didn't. We never looked African because I'm like brown skin, and my grandmother was like red bone, like red skin.
Right.
So they call us red skin Indians, right? So I was kind of previous to it back then, but then me getting like into my latter years, like how like I figured it out the past 5 years ago. My little brother came to me and he's like, "Man, we Indians, bro. We not." I said, "Nigga," I said this verbatim. I said, "Nigga, see, I knew he wasn't goddamn black." He came to me and told me. He said, "Nigga,
Mm-mm.
you know we not African American, right?" He said, "You know we really Indians." He said, "Nigga, look around. I said, ain't nobody in this house black." He said, "Nigga, we all brown skin, red skins." About 5 years
Mm.
ago. But that's what I'm saying. I kind of had an inkling all my life to going to Mississippi. Mississippi because that's where I'm from. And it never gets cold down there. So everybody down there is like light skins and shit. I'm thinking to myself, how the fuck we at? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right.
Well, I didn't even, I don't know, because my family on my dad's side, like I said, my dad was a Carib, or he told me he was a Carib Indian. And I was always around his family, my dad's family, and most of them had this slick hair, black hair. And I'm like, then why is my hair like that if I'm half Indian? Like, you know what I mean? Why? Because I got kinky hair, C4. Like, what the hell? Why is my hair like that? So I'm like, huh? And then on my mom's side, my mom was light skinned but with kinky hair. So I was confused, like, what? So y'all saying my dad is Indian and my mom is Creole, or I couldn't. And then I looked at family pictures, like my mom's mom. She was light skinned with like curly hair, and her mom was dark skinned. I'm like, it's so. Basically, I understood that a quote unquote black woman could have, because my dad was dark skinned, my mom was light skinned, but I got and they have I'm the youngest of 11 children, right? 11. The same father and the same mom. So but or I think 4 or 5 of my brothers and sisters are dark skin and the rest is light skin, but we have the same father and mother. So so black woman can have we can make a whole
We can have a
crayon
kid,
box.
any
Yes,
color kid, right?
yes. But it's still, it didn't, yeah, it's like when I came to YouTube I started digging into like because when you yeah I was saying like when I looked at some old um news articles and archives from Suriname during slavery, it said there were more free black people in Suriname than there were black slaves. So that means there were black people in Suriname before the colonists came. Because how can there be more free black people than free black slaves during slavery in my country? That doesn't make sense, right? And even when they taught us in school about how the maroons, the runaway slaves, or at first they try to, before they started importing slaves, they try to make the Indians, the so-called indigenous native Indians who lived there, uh, to make them work on the plantations. But the Indians were, they said in the school books, the Indians were too lazy, or they would, fight with the slave owners or unalive them and, raid the plantation or just run away too. So then they, and then they started doing the slave trade and brought Africans. So if that is true, because now I'm questioning that too, to Suriname to work on the sugar plantations and I don't know.
Yeah, most of them were most likely prisoners of war,
Right.
because the only Slavs that I that's what I'm saying. Slave is a European terminology. It means Slav. It's really them.
Slavic. Yep.
Slavic. They were being used as Slavs all around, all across the board.
Hmm.
They just, I'm saying, like we said earlier, everything's told in vice versa here. Everything is inverted.
It was on both sides too. We had POW on both sides because
Right.
once they came here, with warriors, they start taking prisoners from their land, and and bring them over here as prison. I mean, as warriors, and tell them if they fight, they will get their freedom. you know in the meanwhile, those of us they capture, in battles, they would take us to, you know as prisoners of war, and trying to torture us, to get information from us,
Hmm.
whatever they could get from us, and in the name of giving us our freedom too. You know what I'm saying? So it was happening on both sides.
Because if it's true, like how did they survive? Because they said it takes 3 months to cross the ocean, like from Africa to South America and to like America. Period.
Nah, I don't think that's how it went. I think, the I think, like I said, there is a connection, between Europe and Asia and Africa already together. you know
Mm,
so there was already coming to Europe. you know
right.
there was already coming to Europe, mixing with the black Europeans, and mixing with the also the Caucasians, race, because the Caucasian race was already in Africa and South Africa, in Asia, you know, and in Europe. So they all was already in the melting pot together. You know what I'm saying? So when when they bring the African here and the blacks here, they came from Europe, just like they themselves came from Europe. So the same passage, that they took to come here is the same passage that they took to bring the Africans here and the other black Europeans. It's not the
Mm,
other way around. It's not like, from Africa straight to the Caribbean. Now it's from, Europe, here to the mainland, from the mainland, to the Caribbean.
right. Because you got to remember they told us everything in reverse. Even they say the maps or the map is in reverse. Like, what if Africa is really Europe and Europe is really America and America is you know what I mean? Like they can switch things around easily. And who's to say there's really huge oceans dividing the continents? Like we even if we're in the airplane, we can see all of it. Like what the heck? Like I feel like they've been time traveling, or what we call time traveling. It's like when we get on a plane, it's a simulation. It's like you think you know you the plane is taking off, but you're still on the ground, or I don't know. It's just like maybe it's time they've been doing time traveling and then make us pay all that money for a plane ticket. You think you're flying 9 hours from Europe to Suriname, but it's really they just it's 1 minute.
I
You know.
Damn.
mean, we got time zone because we got time zone. So time traveling, is a thing.
Hmm.
We time travel. Every time we don't realize that we don't take it in that sense. But this is what time travel is. It's travel. Before time or after time.
Remembering is time traveling too. When you
Yeah.
remember something, you go back in time in your mind.
Well,
Hmm.
that's the thing too. People try to equate memory and time.
Mm.
With time, memory, and time is not, is not the same thing. Memories, happen, within time, within a time frame. You know what I'm saying? But the memory itself is not, is not a time. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you. It's like, cause really, time. They say time doesn't even exist. We experience time, just because we live. Cause live backwards is evil. So it's just the big now. Everything is a present, a gift. We're living in the present. Um, and just because we experience time, we think there's a past and a future, but it's just the now. All is in the now.
Yeah, because
Right.
time is basically mapping out movement. You know, time is
Mm,
based is based on movement. You know,
right.
so technically time is another name for movement,
Mm, emit. Time backwards is emit.
which got to do with the with the mental, with the mind.
Mm,
So is basically is 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 a ruler they put in your head, basically. You know what I'm saying? To rule you, because you thinking that, okay, time, what I'm saying, it is something that's real in this reality, but really is in your mind. What's really happening in this reality is movement. So instead of
mm.
you understand your reality from, I mean, movement, your reality from movement, you try to understand reality from time, a lifetime. You know what
And
I'm saying?
that's
From what
and
time
that's
I gotta go to work, what time I gotta wake up,
and
what
that's why
Right.
time.
people age faster too, Naga. So that's what people age faster because they caught up in time
Mm,
on the time mechanism up in Chronos. You be seeing somebody 20 years old looking 50 because they worry about time. They worry about yesterday. They worry about they're gonna eat tomorrow. Worry about a bill they're gonna pay next month because they
yes.
caught up in timing. If you understand that time don't exist and you don't worry about time, you
Mm,
good. You gonna always because you always gonna remain in the present. You look at somebody that's 50 years old, like damn, they look 20. That person might
right.
be worried about time.
Frozen time. Yeah, because it's like that's how you like manifesting ain't nothing but is about living in the present and knowing how to get what you want now. And that's how you manifest. You already imagine it being right in your face, or you already having it. Like, let's say I want to be what? I want to have 10 acres by 2020 what, or 2020 2050. No, imagine you having it already. You got to paint the picture in your mind, and that's how you manifest, and they call it magic. Ain't nothing.
Right.
Yeah, I said the same thing about the same thing you're saying about time. I said the same thing about I mean age. I said the same thing about age and death too.
Mm.
it is something that you can, you know you have to come, you have to face it. But it's just like anything. It's just like when you was a baby, you had to face, having to walk. You know what I'm saying? And then eventually, you face it, and then you end up walking. So it's the same thing too with death, or aging. It's something that you have to face, and eventually, as soon as you
Yeah.
understand and master it, and you no longer subject to it.
Hmm. See what she said? Spoken in G sharp. You're depressed if you look at the past too much. Like people who live in the past, they always be complaining about shit. you know. And then you're anxious if you look at the future, you worry too much, like, damn, what if this, what if that? Yep.
Right. Yep. Yep. Man, that's what you. That goes back to what you were saying. So, it's best just to be in the present, and that's what I was
Mm.
saying too. Like people worry about, damn, I'm gonna pay for this next month. I want to be here next year. Damn, I did that last year. Damn, you can't worry about that shit because it don't even exist, man. It's all an
Mm.
illusion. This is an illusionary matrix, illusionary world. So this is how they keep you trapped in time. Why do they say? Why do you think they say trapped in time? You
Mm.
might be trapped in some shit you did 5 years ago. It means you trapped in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all the past and the future is a point you know in time, in the present time. The past and the future is a point in the present time. So you're always in the present, but you keep focus on the different points. You know, in the present. This is why you
Mhm.
Right.
can't see the whole
Right.
thing.
Like
Yeah.
and that coincides with us being originals, being organic to this realm. We talk about like, damn, they invaded 1492, they invaded 6,000 years ago. Really, that shit was just yesterday. It was just yesterday, literally.
Mm. Right. We
It's a
like we
hypothetical
remember what
speaking, though.
Columbus did. We remember what's in the Bible and what Columbus did and our forefathers. Like, but we can't remember what we ate yesterday. Like what? The
Right,
hell? Mm. Yep. And the word says it present. It's a gift. So use it wisely. Use your gifts wisely. That's why look, my avatar is a golden goose. I'm laying a golden egg. Because that's what we should be doing every day.
Yeah, that's what makes life. I say this all the time. That's what makes life sacred.
Mm,
Is the fact that it's a present, it's a gift. You
mhm.
have to. It's kind of like GTA. The more you play in the game, and the more you see is a different part of the game is you unlocking different part of the game. It's the
Yeah.
same thing as life. The more this is why they put all these different barrier, to slow us down. So we
Mm,
don't reach, so we give up. You know what I'm saying? Before we can even reach these states, and all these phases, in life.
mm. And do you think we got superpowers like they be showing us in X-Men and Superman and Spider-Man and all those
us
things?
being yeah, for sure. Us being able to see beyond the third dimensional paradigm, being able to see that that this Metatronic overlay is a fucking it's a fallacy, it's a farce, it's an illusion. We can see shit that people can't see. This is why we get called crazy. So having spiritual discernment is a superpower in itself. So somebody I
Mm,
might be hanging with somebody, I'll be like, man, god damn, you see that? Look how fucked up this place is. Damn. Like, man, you crazy. That's a spirit,
Yeah,
that's a
both of
superpower
you.
yourself.
yeah,
Because we
yeah.
see what others don't see.
Hmm. And
That's like
believe,
what's old boy's name in the X-Men? They can see through walls, Cyclops.
so,
Which one of them?
I
oh,
don't
I
know.
forgot.
I don't know
I'm
if
trying to think.
I'm not sure if I know what you're talking about.
I'm
But
saying
what I
saying like
was.
that's a superpower in itself, just being able to see something that nobody else see. They blind to it. We can see it. That's
Yeah,
a
look
Mm,
at
superpower
it.
in
That's what I
itself.
was about to bring it to the baby. Look at it as simple as a baby. A baby have the power to walk. You know what I'm saying? It's a
right.
matter of the baby exercising that power. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing too. We have power to do to do all these things, but we have to exercise and we have to harness, nurture that power.
Right.
Mm,
But what comes with a superpower when you do have it? When you look at these superhero movies, yeah, they have a superpower. But it comes with something. It
With a
comes
lot
it
of
comes with
villains.
that.
responsibility.
Yeah, the villains.
Right.
Yeah, it
So
comes with,
us
they
being
say great power comes with great responsibility. You got to know
right,
how to use it.
That's right.
right. So
And
our spiritual
when.
discernment, being able to see through this illusion, being able to see what others don't see, what they do to us, they send agents at us, right?
Well, that's the reason why we can't see them. You know what I'm saying? But the agent's always there. You know what I'm saying? To disturb us, to keep us from waking up. Even when we wake up, they're still around. It's the fact that once we walk, now we're able to see them. You know what I'm saying? But
But
they, yeah,
seeing is feeling. Like you it's the energy. Because you know when you're around somebody, they be talking all the saying all the right words, but the energy is off.
right,
Seeing is feeling.
right. I said this all the time. We only have. They say we have five senses or six, but we only got one. You know,
Yeah.
which is touch. You know
Touch.
what I'm saying? Is the only thing, because even the taste, you know what I'm saying, the food or whatever it is have to take, have to touch your tongue before you can, you could detect the taste. So that's touch right there. Even with, to hear something, the sound have to, touch your eardrum, before you could hear it, detect the sound. So that's touching right there. you know Smell is the same thing with your nostrils. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? So
The hair in the nose. Yep.
yeah, it's all about, is all about one sense. Is all touch, but they break it down, in different parts.
Hmm. It's all about vibration. Like if you feel somebody's energy is off, like you don't have to say, like you could ask me like, "How you doing, Alma?" "Oh, I'm okay." Even if it's through the phone, you're like, "What's wrong?" I hear it in your voice, or I
That's
feel
right.
it in your voice. Yeah.
Hell yeah, yeah. You already,
Yeah.
yeah. Hell, you already know.
Or you
That's
could, or
like
you could just look, or you
that's
could
like
just
dog
look
that
at
came.
somebody.
That's like old boy that came on the panel earlier. I knew his
Mm,
energy was off as soon as he got on the panel. I already
yeah.
knew he had ill intent. I just knew him when I seen him before he came in the door. I just by the sound of his voice, I knew he had ill intent.
That's right. Or you could even see somebody, like I see his avatar. You could just look at somebody like, damn, bro,
Yep.
what's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? You look sad. Or you look like, you know what I'm saying? Like you out of here, like you're thinking about something, like you're not even here. You know what I'm saying? So, hell yeah.
Hmm. And that's our true power for real. And that's why they wanna distract us with all kinds of shit, like flashy colors, because they know we like colors. Like if you want to sell something to a nigga, put it in a color. Put some bright colors on it, and we'll buy it.
Right.
Hmm. Or
They
tasty
really.
food.
That's what I'm saying. They because our chakras. They really playing with our chakras with these color codes.
Yep, that's true.
I really look at it like they're playing with fire for real. And playing with fire, you're gonna get burned. I don't think they're playing with us, they're playing with me, they're playing with fire. You know, that's how
Mm.
I'm looking at it. If it's a game, you know what I'm saying? It's a game,
Ooh.
how long it's gonna take them to get burned by touching the fire.
I don't know if Naga, if you know that movie, The Airbender, The Last
Yeah, the last
Avatar.
airbender, the last.
It's like now we gotta how do you say that? Like if you're a true seer, and I know you both are, you can determine whether they are a fire. How do you say that? Like a fire demon or an air demon, or depending on how their energy or someone's energy is.
Yeah,
Yeah, like yeah, I can. Then you know how, because you can fight fire with water or sand or whatever. I guess that's why they have us label ourselves with what you call the zodiac, so they can determine like, oh, so you're a fire sign, huh? So you know
Yeah,
what
I
I
never
mean?
really got that. The zodiac symbols. Everybody saying I'm a Cancer, I'm a Taurus, I'm this, I'm that. Like, man,
Right.
hold on.
Hmm.
yeah, like me also. You know, I'm a dragon. If I was, a demon, you know, I would have did a lot of, sheesh.
But look, that's what I'm saying. Like they reverse everything. Who's what? How do you say that? Because I say God and the devil, the one and the same. Like, you know what I mean? Or Jesus and the devil, or whatever you want to call it, name it, is one and the same. It's just the, yin and yang, opposite and the negative. Damn, I gotta bring. I just lost what I was gonna say.
It,
um,
it, it, it will come back.
yeah.
They always do that. I peep that. So every time, things, is going well, they gonna send that signal. You know what I'm saying? That
They
frequency,
just
to
sap my brain
intercept.
real quick.
Yeah,
Man,
to
that happens.
intercept.
Man, that happens to me all the time, y'all. Like I'll be cooking, I'll be in the midst of saying something, or breaking
Yeah.
something down. Automatically, it slips my mind. Like, man, damn, they fucking with me. They don't want me getting this shit out.
Mm,
Yeah,
yeah.
but that's true. Yeah, the guy, Jesus and devil, yeah, they both the same. It's hard. Most of the masses, they don't know it's a diametrical difference between the two. They thinking one's a savior and the other one's a villain, but they it's one. It's the same. It's the same being. If it was a being, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that's see. I just remembered what I was going to say. Like they were one and the same. Like they made the devil into the villain, right? The bad guy. But if you read the Bible, and I didn't, but from what I've heard and other books that are or documents that I read, he was the one that persuaded Lilith or Eve to bite that apple, right? If she because she was all good, Adam was all good, so they didn't know what bad was, or evil was. So they was living in ignorance of being good. They didn't know the other side. So he brought, I feel like he or she, because I think Lucifer is a woman for real. Lucy is a woman. Um,
Mm.
yeah, Lilith. It was Lilith, Lucy. So and that's why that old the what they say the oldest bone, they called it Lucy, right? That they found. But anywho, she brought duality. Otherwise, Adam and Eve, and I got this from Dr. Phil Valentine. Otherwise, Adam and Eve would have died in their perfect state. Because what comes after being perfect? You die. Like there's nothing else to learn. You named all the animals and whatever. Now you die because you're perfect. So she brought duality. So
So you think
yeah,
once we reach divinity, we're gonna die?
that ain't what the end goal is or whatever. How do you say that? And dying doesn't mean like you're gone forever. It's just the flesh will be gone, but your spirit lives on. The flesh will die, and
Well,
go back to normal earth.
for the longest, I've been, coming with this topic, that, I think, the body can live forever.
The
I
body.
think,
Hmm.
I think reaching to reach divinity is to reach to a state that where you can basically manifest within anybody. You could even come to me as a dog, as a bird, as a angel. You know what I'm saying? As you know, because you master, this reality. You know what I'm saying? So you're
Hmm.
not bound, to the law of this reality. You know what I'm saying? So you basically a part of the uh a part of the uh uh congregation. You know what I'm saying? That's basically, you know, orchestrating this reality. You know, if I may say. So you become what like how you were saying when God said, let us make man in our own image. Like you become like one of those. That's how I'm looking at it. And
Hmm.
I think is a lot of beings that's like rich in these states already. You know, uh,
Hmm.
yeah, I think it's many, that reach these states.
Yeah. I don't know, because when you said that, like, okay, you can live through your like, you know how the ancestors lived through us,
Hmm.
but in another body. Like I am my great great grandma or great you know, or granddad, like, because I'm their essence is a part of me now, so they live through us. But as far as this the material body living forever and ever, amen. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, because I feel like the body is dark matter. You know
Right.
that's what it is dark matter.
Mm-hmm.
So you know once you just like you I felt like you the one that created your body and your
Yeah.
in your mama's womb. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Which is your room, which is the upper room. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I think you're the one that created the body. You had you because you have the knowledge. You just don't remember the knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because of uh the way this reality is orchestrated. Because
Yeah.
of that, you don't remember. You don't remember the knowledge. But I think uh once you gain that knowledge back, then you can decompose the body and recompose the body whenever you want. Because our body is composed with the elements. It's a it's
Mm.
it's a composition of the elements. So I think once you you know like I said, with your divinity, then you will, you know how to decompose the body and recompose the body whenever you want.
Because the mind is always in control, even though we give our control away and become the puppet instead of the puppet master. I feel you, but I still feel like not in this reality though. You can live with that same body in another reality. That's what I think. Or choose that same body, vibrate, because it's all vibration. You vibrate the way you vibrate. Like when they say you're on a lower vibration, yeah, your vibration is low, and that means you could easily be attacked by outside beings or whatever. And when you're vibrating high, it's like a tornado, right?
Hmm.
You vibrate higher, hence faster. Yeah. So I think maybe, yeah, maybe in another dimension, I can choose to have this same body, but I'd rather have another one.
Yeah,
I'm I'm saying
that
this,
do
I'm saying.
that do make sense. You saying like after this body dematerializes in this matrix in this simulation, this reality, you can go to a
Mm,
higher dimension and choose the same avatar that you had in this
right.
reality in another. So that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I see that. I mean, that makes sense.
And that makes you live forever, like Naga said.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree with Naga too. We immortal, we infinite beings, and so ain't no end to a soul. Soul go on forever.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
reason why I said that is because the story, you know, well, I'm gonna say the story,
Mm,
but I felt like I've decoded these stories, and I feel like even a new story, I could hear a brand new story for the first time. I feel like I'd be able to decode it, you know,
mm,
but uh going back to what I was saying is because of the Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? Because of Atlantis, you know,
mhm.
uh I felt like Atlantis, is the Caribbean, and I felt like the people that was living in the Caribbean, they had the knowledge, on how to compose different body. This is why
Ooh.
when they was going to the Africans, to help the Africans, who was appear in different things, you know like light body, animals, or angels, or even a prophet, a real being, so I think these
Ooh.
beings had the knowledge, how to compose, and decompose, and how to compose material, dark matter, and how to decompose and recompose it, and I believe these people went, they compose a body, for them to go and live underwater. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I think that there is they're coming back, and recompose, their own, the same body, they had, on this land before. This is what I'm saying. I said what I said, in that way. But y'all
But
got it.
even but even if you like even that word Caribbean, ka, car, ka, the ka, the spirit, rib,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
being,
Mm,
a rib,
dang.
Caribbean. Whoa!
Mm-hmm.
It's a being, a ka being, a
Mm-hmm.
spirit being, a
Mm-hmm.
Caribbean.
Mm-hmm. Hey, man, look at you, so Alma. Whew.
Yeah,
But no, I was gonna
that's big.
research. I forgot. I'm glad you said it because I wrote it down somewhere. You know, me and mine, I be breaking shit down. So when we was talking, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna research that word Caribbean because I heard being in it and
Mm-hmm.
God,
That's right.
spirit.
That's
Yeah,
right. Hell yeah.
Damn,
I
that was fire. Dang.
Hell yeah. That deserve a bone.
right.
Yeah, they
And
put it in
even
there somewhere. That's what when we were saying Nubian. Remember how I had mentioned Nubian?
yes,
We broke
Nubian.
down new being. Like, damn, they put
Mm.
it
Mm-hmm.
right there in the words.
And
Mm-hmm.
even America, Amaraka. Because Maraca,
Mm-hmm.
in
Mm-hmm.
Suriname, a maraca is like what you call that? You know those instrument with some beads in it and you shake it. What's this called?
Yeah.
Um,
Damn, I know exactly
I
what
don't
you
know the
Maracha,
English.
Maracha.
Yeah, maraca.
Yeah.
It's a maraca. So we say maraca, and in Suriname, it's a maraca or siksiki. Siki. Literally means shake, 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 shake. Oh, but it's in the word America. And then me and mine, I was saying like, oh wait, America, because you know some people got an accent, they say America,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh wait, a mermaid, a you know what I mean? And then ka
Mm-hmm.
mermaid, a
Damn.
I ties it to the, minds and the anchor,
Mm.
and
Mm-hmm.
anchor,
Ooh, America.
this the anchor civilization, the Mayan civilization,
Yeah, the
the
Aztec,
Aztecs.
Incas, and the Mayas. Yep.
Yeah, but that's deep, and they call it cha cha in Creole.
Cha-cha. Mm.
Mm-hmm. Cha cha.
Okay. Cha-cha malimba. Yeah. But even like I speak Creole or Suriname language, but it doesn't sound like or what you was speaking on Filioji. I'm like, wait, I can't even make that out because it's like a mixture. Even though the Suriname language is English, Portuguese, all the French, Dutch mixed together because it was a code language they say the slave used to use to confuse the slave masters so they couldn't hear what they were saying because we was forbidden to um worship our own so-called gods, right? Because it was like blasphemy. um and they pretended to believe in Jesus, and that stayed with their children because their children really thought grandma believed in Jesus when she was pretending she had Maria and whatever on the altar to throw them off. But
Mm.
in at night they would beat on the drums, bum, 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 bum,
Right, damn, yeah. Hell yeah. I seen movies like that. Us like beating on the drums.
Yeah, and that was like I just made a
That
like
was
it's called a pinty drum. The drum talks. It's a language, pum 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 pum, and then silence. And then the dancers they know like cause the PDF I got it from is like the man was explaining like you can't just play the drum and just bum bum bum. No, cause the drum talks. Depending on which animal hide you use and which wood too, because it's all nature, right? And now
mm,
your hands is beating on the drum. It's like a talking drum. It's called a pinty drum. Because you can call and conjure up all kinds of spirits if you don't know what you're doing. And it's with all music instruments, the flute, the guitar, name it. You gotta
yeah.
know how to play it.
Life is about music. You
Yeah.
know, It's
It's a
about music,
rhythm. Yeah.
vibrations, and frequency.
Yes.
So yeah, for sure. But I
And
Mhm.
think
what
that type
what
of
did they say?
practice.
They say musical organs. You got organs inside your body.
Right.
It's
I
all in
think that
sync
type
with one
of
another.
go ahead.
Now you go ahead,
I
now
was
go ahead,
saying
go ahead.
I think that type of practice, was amongst the POWs, the prisoners of wars, because they had, you know, that freedom, you know, to call, on their ancestors, because it was forbidden since there was POW, so they had to pretend, you know,
Mm.
like, they doing, they're going along with the religions, that that was given to them. But I
Right.
think, those of us, like the Maroons, the Bosal, you know, the the warriors, those of us that always had, territories, we those of us that always had territories we control. You know what I'm saying, we do our own thing. You know what I'm saying, we do it the way we're supposed to do it. And I think, we can, you know talk to, people that, that's uh have, the pure history, on what's going on what's happened, from the 1800s until now, because they have a way of preserving it, to the next generation. And on top of that, a lot of things, it's not by coincidence, it, what I'm saying, it's a spirit, what I'm saying,
Right.
that basically, uh giving you these thoughts, what I'm saying, that's, sending you these signals. So, these people, they still, connected, to the spirit of the land. You know what
Mm.
I'm saying? So they don't have to, they don't have to store, the knowledge in a book or in a computer. You know what I'm saying? As long as they stay connected with the spirit, what I'm saying, and teach the next generation to stay in connection with the spirit, the knowledge will always be there. For example, we have that in Haitian voodoo, a spirit named Dambala,
Mm.
which is the snake. It says that it represents knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
Wisdom.
Yeah. So as long as you stay connected, with that spirit, you will always, have knowledge and wisdom. You know what I'm saying? So that, that's how we operate. We ain't had to store, a whole bunch of things and memorize, a whole bunch of things. You know what I'm saying? We had direct, connection with spirit, that would let us, that know everything at all time. That would let us know everything, when we want to know it, and how to do it, everything too. So
Yeah.
when they're talking about how we learn how to build these pyramids, how we learn how to build these, these all these things, they can't figure it out because we were connected with the spirit, of the land.
Mm-hmm. True. Yep.
Yeah, that's true. And it's still to this day they can't figure out how to build a pyramid. Everything they do is artificial. Everything they do is GMO, man.
Hmm.
Right.
So they have no connection to the land.
Yeah.
Mm. And do you think it's really because they say at the time of Hitler and all of that in the Second War, he Hitler so called got or and his army or the how do you call those geneticists whatever they got help from so called aliens, um and just like they say some of the governments like America or whatever, Israel, they got help, they getting help from the grace or when I
Yeah,
say
that's
help
true.
technology, but I don't
How,
think it's really aliens. They just learned the ancient practices.
yeah.
So I think that's where they draw their wisdom or their knowledge from as far as technology goes, because there's nothing new under the sun.
When we took them to when they
Yeah.
took us to war, when they took us to war, they had I know for certain they had help. I ain't gonna say extraterrestrial, but from parasitical entities. I'm just gonna put it like that. They had
Mm,
help from parasitical entities. There ain't no way they did this shit on their own. Ain't no way
Nah,
they had.
it's on both sides. It's on both sides. Just like the POW, how we had POW on both sides. So it's alien on both sides. Because remember again how if you're looking at the planet as a ring map, and also if you're looking at the planet as a pair of bowl, not a parable, but a pair of bowl. You know what I'm saying? Like a balance. Like how a balance them balance scale look like them old one that have two. Size, where the weight go on one, what I'm saying, and the other one is what is already heavy, is what weighing the other side, you know. So the earth is like that. The earth, is balanced. It's basically what you were saying earlier. So I'm a uh Lilith, is basically represent, uh uh basically represent uh the split, right? Basically represent the split between these two worlds. Is what's splitting. Basically, imagine like the horizon is splitting the earth and the sky. So basically, Lilith is splitting one side of the earth to another side of the earth. You
Right.
know, so it's splitting it. Making it, like I said, like a pair of bowl. I think I basically like the infinities are all like the like how they show you the Ouroboros, right? The snake, like the with the eight. Uh,
Basically, your avatar, bro. Your
right,
avatar.
right. You know,
Yeah.
so yeah, that's basically how the Earth, uh, uh is to me, and it's crazy because I was gonna make a point of what you said, but because I went on to what you said earlier to come back, then I lost my train of thought. Probably come back because I
Hmm.
forgot what you had mentioned that made me make that statement.
Um. Oh, because like I said, where they got their not or the technology from. Because
Oh yeah,
basically, yeah, basically, I
yeah,
think it's sellout. Just like we got sellouts in real life, there's sellout spirits too. Because I
yeah.
don't think there's no bad such a thing as a bad spirit.
I just remember
This,
my train of thought.
yeah,
I
mm-hmm,
just remember by you tapping into that. It was the alien thing.
yeah,
I was saying that I was talking about that to bring the alien things. So when they cross over, not all of them cross over. From the other side of the earth. Because remember, like I said, Lily split the earth. You know what I'm saying?
mm.
And half and half. Create the Ouroboros. Symbols. You know. So
She didn't split the earth. I think she split reality. Basically, it's like she gave her a blunt, like smoke this. And now they got high. And they,
What's up, Don, man? What's good, man?
yeah, but I'm saying I think the earth too. I think the earth
Hmm.
represent that too. Like the earth
Okay.
represent duality too.
Yeah.
I think that the earth represent a parable. You know, so like I so the alien. So yeah, the rest of their people, consider alien because they're from another land. But also when I describe each planet, like a ring map, like a ripple effect, then it's different land in that one planet. So people from Africa, when they come to America, they will be alien to America, and people from America, when they go to Africa, they will be alien to Africa. And
Hmm.
when they come to the Caribbean, it will be the same thing too. And when the Caribbeans, come over, vice
Man,
versa, it will be.
when they talk about illegal alien, man, they really talking about themselves because they not organic to this realm.
Hmm.
They say we the legal. They really the illegal aliens because they ain't from here.
But something must have happened where this reality got how do you say, weak, if you will. Because it's like when you have your defense up, there's no penetrating it,
Hmm.
like
They
your
got
aura.
yeah, you're
So
right.
some
You're right. It got hijacked.
right, but who did that? Was there were there sellouts amongst us, or was our or because how did it get? How did they come in? There must somebody
I
left
think
us
I
a
think
door open, man, a portal.
I think Mother Nature opened the door.
Mm,
I think she she breathed in and out. She breathe in, she breathe out like we
mm,
do.
mm,
She go to sleep and wake up like we do. She basically do everything that we do. So the portal open up. You know what I'm saying? that number eight basically open up to become a circle, or or a square, is Mother Nature basically, going to sleep. You know, it's
Mm.
basically her going to sleep. And when it go back to original and it twisted back against the number eight is when she awake.
So the snake biting its tail, did that happen after the the invasion, or did it used to always bite its tail, or when they like did it bite its tail off, creating an opening? Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh shit.
Yeah, and both snakes is biting their tails. Even the one that create number eight is biting his tail, and the one that creating the circle is biting his tail.
Hmm. I guess we'll never know all, yeah, because it's now, we're in the now. Um, so all we got to deal with the now, everything that's happening now, and what can we do to change it
It's a
by.
memory. It's a memory. You
Hmm.
know, it don't have nothing to do with time, or with what is, And I think, everything, in this uh planet, you know, mimic the element is infinite. So memories is infinite. Is an infinite amount of memories that we can experience, but we choose to experience the same memory over and over
That's why
because
they say history repeats itself, because we're stuck in a loop.
yeah,
Right.
because
Yeah. And
so yeah, that's what.
I won't cut you off, bro. You was just saying like how planet Kai, Tiamat, Mother Nature, whatever you want to call it, has been in a state of sleep, in a state of hypnosis, just like us. Just like when we say, "Oh, that motherfucker over there sleep, man. They dead asleep." The planet's sleep.
Mhm.
It's been
Yeah.
asleep for a long time because it's frozen in time on the
Hmm.
chronos.
Yes, sir.
And then
It's
we
like,
say we woke, like awake. You only hold awake for dead people. So I'd
I
rather
don't
say,
even like saying woke no more. I like saying just having
right,
a total recall, just remembering. We got
right.
we remembering what the hell we starting to remember now. Just like the planet has to remember who she is.
I just be saying, I just know for real.
And the know
Yeah,
is
I
the
use,
now.
yeah,
it's,
we're gonna use, I'm gonna borrow, I'm still, in the matrix, so I'm not going to leave my reality in my mind, and ignore, the matrix in front of me. So I'm still going to assimilate. I'm just not going to lose myself. You know what I'm saying, in the process. So I still, borrow certain things, especially, most of the time you're talking to people that sleep. You know what I'm saying? But it's important, to speak to yourself. You know what I'm saying? To
Mhm.
listen to yourself. You know what I'm saying? To basically program yourself, because self is being, is a running program. And if you stop, programming yourself, you know what I'm saying, and it's being programmed somewhere else.
Right. And it's like it's like, how they say waking up a sleeping giant. We are the sleeping giant, because once we awake, that's why they'd be, distracting us with all kinds of BS that's going on right now, because it's all a distraction from us waking up. Because it's like
I
we've been
think it's
holding
Earth too.
awake, we've been holding wakes for the sleeping giants, thinking that it's like maybe Godzilla is gonna wake up one day and King Kong will come off
Is
the
the
earth,
Earth.
like, or
Is
the
the
you're right.
Earth.
dragon, or the
It, it,
dinosaur.
it's not a coincidence in this certain time, so-called time loop, time lapse. A certain point in time that we know, and that we coming into consciousness like this.
Hmm.
Because your higher self,
Hell,
your soul
hell,
wants you to know. Your soul taps you like, "Hey, man, it's time to wait. It's
hell,
time. It's time to remember. It's time to get it there. It's about that time. We don't play in the matrix all these goddamn years. You believe this nonsense, but
I felt.
I got a rebellious soul, man. So I've been rebelling against this system, against this matrix, man, since I was a kid, man. As long as I can remember.
Hmm. Started
Yeah,
in school. No,
we
none of the
came.
teachers liked me.
We came. I came in that way. I came in, being a rebellion. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? And And I know that people couldn't handle me. Like for a fact, I was so rebel to the point that I just knew they couldn't do. It's nothing they could have did for me because the place where they thinking they're going to send me for punishment is my paradise. Is where I get to be king. Is get where you know what I'm saying. Where I get to dictate what I want to do. You know what I'm saying. So
Right. It's like
so
your
for
mom saying, like, go to your room. I'm like, what? You don't have to say that twice. I've been wanting to go to my room.
oh
Like,
no, I
what?
ain't even had a room growing up. So that was
Mhm.
in my
Look,
that was in my that was in my punishment. They were thinking that okay, sending me to Haiti, you know,
Mm,
and on the countryside again, that's punishment for me because I get
yep.
to go and do the work, and do farming and do all type of shit. And when I go there, I don't get to do none of that, because I get to be a superstar. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because they're looking at me like, I came from America. Like everybody,
Yeah.
damn near want to worship me, looking at me like a star. So
Mhm.
I get to be a king. So they're thinking it's punishment, but really I'm enjoying that shit. So that's all
Right.
I know. I know that I was too much for my own good.
Mm, true.
Rebellion.
Yep. Rebel.
I
Rebel.
rebel against everything. I rebel against my parents, against
and this
school.
one, this one we just
Right?
said. Rebellious and like a bell is frequencies and vibrations. So you hit a bell, a rebell, sends off a different vibration. So we came in rebellious on a different vibration, a different frequency.
Even
Mhm.
the Bible, I feel like even the Bible, taught us to rebel. You know what I'm saying? But we're not looking at both sides. We tend to look at things one way. We think it's a one-way thing when it's two-way, it's both way. So I think even the Bible taught us to rebel, because had we rebel against Satan, right, against the serpent, right, we wouldn't be, sinners. We wouldn't need Jesus to come down for us. I'm just speaking from the Bible perspective. You know what I'm saying? So had we, had we rebelled from doing what Satan, told us to do, we would have been good. So technically, even the Bible, in its nature is to rebel. You know what I'm saying? Because God created you, created everybody, and told them, to not eat this thing. You know what I'm saying? So basically, to rebel, against anybody that tell you to eat it.
Hmm. No.
That's why I embrace negativity for real, because I think negativity is not got activity. You know,
Mm,
like you're supposed to be active. You know what I'm saying? Basically like always on point. Like how when dudes be in the hood when they're doing something wrong, they're like, yo, I gotta be on point. You know what I'm saying? I can't be sleeping. You know what I'm saying? I can't be out here sleeping. So I feel like that's how we were supposed to be. We were supposed to be active, you know what I'm saying? But we end up, falling asleep.
yeah, acting, act if you act as if acting, active. But it's
Hmm.
like, and like you gotta, I always gotta remind myself, like they told us, everything is in reverse. So when they tell you something is bad, go for it. When they tell you something is good, leave it alone.
Yeah,
You
and that's what led me to understand that okay, well, you know, it's better to not be neither, but if I'm gonna be anything, you know, I'm gonna be negative. Like I'm gonna let everybody know, like you touch me, you're gonna get burned. I got that fire. You know what I'm saying?
know.
And
Hmm.
so and to make sure they don't touch me. So, but like I said, by starting to look into that, you know, and I realized that okay, it's better not to be neither because either you do positive or negative, you're still using your energy. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
you have to be able to maintain your energy. The goal is not to use your energy, it's to maintain your energy. You know what I'm saying?
That's how you balance yourself out.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And that's why they have everything to throw us off. You know what I'm saying? Things all over the news. You know what I'm saying? Things they know that that's gonna provoke us. You know what I'm saying? In order to invoke our negative spirits. You know what I'm saying? So they use all type of tactics.
Yeah, they always want us to have. They want us living in fear, because that's what because they say the devil, he thrives on fear, or she thrives on fear, so they can grow stronger by us being afraid or anxious all the goddamn time about what if, woulda, coulda, shoulda, or should I do this, or what if this, what if my family, what if, it's being anxious all the time. And that energy, we send out that negative energy, that fear energy into the atmosphere, and that changes everything in our reality, really, because we are supposed to be in control. We control the elements, the weather, everything, you know.
Yeah, they want us thinking that harp and this government and these entities controlling the weather. Nah, that's bullshit.
Hmm.
They don't have no control. They never had control.
I don't think fear is a bad thing, because I think if a truck, if a 18 wheeler is coming your way, full speed, you better be scared, to get the fuck up out of here, because that thing hit you, you know what's gonna happen. So I don't think fear is a bad thing, you know what I'm saying? But I think is being stuck in fear is a bad thing. Just
Because,
like I don't think belief is a bad thing, but being stuck in a belief is, I think is a bad thing. I think you're supposed to
right.
use your belief to get to something. You know what I'm saying? I believe that, if I go and call so Alma, she gonna help me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna call her, and see if she gonna help me. So it's not to just, stuck on the belief, and be like, oh yeah, I believe she gonna call me, but I never called her. So I think it's a bad thing at that point. So it's the same thing with fear. Is a bad thing if you're stuck in it. But you got it.
Yeah, no, because I was thinking about what is that, what us women have, like, what's it called? Pheromones. It sounds like fear, pheromone. So when
Mm.
you said it's not a bad thing, I can get that, you
But
know.
it's because I'm hearing the word air in it, you know.
Mm,
And when I'm hearing
yeah,
the word air in it, and it made me think that okay, this is the fastest way of movement,
right.
right in this realm. The fastest way to move in this realm is through the air. You know, we
Yep.
seen that with the airplane. We see that with the birds. They don't walk to go somewhere else. They just fly. You know what I'm saying? So if the air, uh, uh, is the fastest medium, to travel, in this uh, uh, physical realm, you know what I'm saying? Then fear is not a bad thing. It's just the way they got us to use our fear. You know what I'm saying? Because like I was saying again with the truck, if a truck is coming, you better get out fast as quick as you can. You know what I'm saying? A train is coming, you better get out fast as quick as you can, especially if it's close to you. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Like you saying that fear is not really a bad thing, but yeah, I kind of, yeah, I can see what you're saying because they using our, like you said, they using our fear against us as a
Yep.
source of
Mm-hmm.
food, as a source for them to eat. They eat off
Yeah.
of
Mhm.
fear. They treat that as
Mm-hmm.
loot. So I see what
Mm-hmm.
you're saying.
So for them, it's good,
For them, it's
because
good.
they eat of it. But we think it's bad for us, or
Because
even
we ain't
like,
getting nothing out of it.
Yeah,
because
because
we,
fear ain't about false expectations appearing real.
that's what they say, right? But when he said it sounds like air, or he hears the word air in it, air sounds like ear, like the one on your head, the ear,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
right,
Yeah.
right,
you
right.
Yeah.
hear,
Uh-huh.
and you hear a sound.
Yeah.
So air is sound too.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
That's
damn.
right.
Fear, FEA. You're right, damn.
Mm-hmm. We onto something. Is the way we use it, man. Because if you use it in the right way, you can get out of any situation quick. How we use our fear, we would have been get out of them, ruling us,
Right.
But we trying to be brave, and be like, oh yeah, ain't
Hmm.
nothing to be
What what
scared
what's
of.
what's fear spelled backwards? It would be
What's
Reef,
what?
what?
What's
reef,
fear spelled? What's fear spelled backwards?
reef.
Reef. So what? Trying to think. I might be reaching with that one. I'm just,
No, but it's like when you, let's say you're about to perform, you're a rapper or you're an artist, right? And they say, some rappers say like before they perform, they always get stage fright or a little bit of fear. That's a good thing, right? Because now you're like, oh, what if they don't like me? But yeah, I'm gonna show them. Yeah, and then you get like real brave, and then like Naga just said, you get brave, and then you just perform well, like woo. And we, us black people, especially when you grow up poor or not having much, no toys or whatever, you become creative. So fear is, like Naga said, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Because out of fear, you can do bad things, but you can also do great things when you're in
Hmm.
fear. Like you become creative.
Yeah,
right.
that's what I'm
You
saying.
can save somebody's life. You can save somebody's life out of fear. If a damn truck is coming about to hit a kid, you
Hmm.
automatically go into panic mode. That's a state of fear and save
Yeah,
somebody's life.
yeah, and you do it quick too. You do it quick. How many times you in a situation, right? Because you were so scared, you got out of it. You didn't even realize how you got out of it. Even after you got out, you even surprised. You're like, damn. You know what I'm saying? You're still trying to process how you get out of it, but because you were so scared, some way, somehow, you get out of it. You know.
Right.
So imagine you taking control of your fear consciously. You know what I'm saying? So you could do ain't nothing could stop you.
Right.
You'll be so fast. You know, before they could stop you, you'll be so fast. It's like chasing light. You know what I'm saying? You're like you moving the speed of light. Like so.
Facts,
That's
man.
why I'm saying I don't
Facts.
think it's a bad thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because so I'm gonna say everything they say that is bad is really good. So they saying being fearful of something is bad, but in actuality, it's really good because we've been breaking that down, saying that you can do a lot of good things being scared and being in a state of fear. You know, so yeah,
But
hell yeah.
really, everything is good. The only thing that's not good in this realm is is steadiness, right? Being steady. That don't
Hey,
exist,
hey,
here,
hold on, Naga. Yeah, we'll send good energy your way, Arnaz, man. He said, "Can y'all wish me good energy and wish my nerve pain go away? Yeah, good energy, man. Good energy towards you, man.
much
Prosperity.
love, for
Yes,
sure.
sir.
Hey, my bad. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was saying something about I forgot what I was saying though.
Dom said, "What is the real meaning of fear? An unpleasant, often strong emotion caused by anticipation of awareness of danger."
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Fear has two meanings: forget everything and run, or face everything and rise." Right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't think nothing everything I think it's only one thing that's bad, in this realm. It's only a one bad thing, you know, and it's just being steady. It's no movement, because everything is supposed to move, in this realm. Even the trees, they don't move, on the land, but they move under the land, and the leaves, is moving also. You know what I'm saying? So the branches, so everything, what I'm saying, is movement. Even a rock, what I'm saying, is not gonna stay in the same position forever. It's going to move. That's a fact. It's going to move. Something going to move it. Somebody going to move it. Something, a natural event going to happen, and that rock going to get moved and put somewhere else. So everything in nature, to me, move. You know what I'm saying? Basically, uh, uh, abide, by movement. You know what I'm saying? Movement basically rules everything here. So, that's why I think, the only thing that's bad, is no movement. Even water, when water stop moving, what happened? You know,
Wait, what they say? What they say? Slow motion is better than no motion.
mm. If even air, right? If the air is not is not being ventilated, you can't breathe it. You know what I'm saying? So everything, what I'm saying, require movement. You know what I'm saying? Even us, if we don't move, you know what I'm saying, uh uh for a long period of time, you know what I'm saying, is going to start to affect, different parts in our body. You know what I'm saying? So everything, if whatever it is, if it's uh if it have movement, then it's not bad. You know what I'm saying? So I think, the thing when they make us think that, certain things about when certain thing that's moving, because it's not it moving in a way we can't comprehend, or it moving in a way that's not that's against us, like water. Like if water, is basically coming against you, and or you're trying to go against the current, because you don't understand that, you might think that's a bad thing. But if you understand it, you might ride the water, the wave, and and it'll take you somewhere. So I think because we don't is certain things of how it moving, because it moving out of our control, they make us think it's bad. You know what I'm saying? And make us trying to think that we need to stay away from these things, when in reality they're controlling these things. So they're running towards these things while they're making us, staying away from these things. You got it.
Oh, my bad. I was muted. Yep.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, because even the devil, or evil spirit or bad spirit, when you realize you could learn from it, the biggest devil they gave you, which is Satan. You know what I'm saying? When you looked at it, you
Hey,
could
look,
learn
hold
from that.
on, hold on, Michael. What's devil spelled backwards? It's lived, lived.
Yeah, right.
Damn.
That's
And,
why
and,
we
and what happened? And what happened when Adam and Eve eat the apple? They
they,
leave.
they live right.
They live forever and become like the gods. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like that when before they ate that so-called apple, it's like they didn't have a material skin. They were just beings. Once they ate or stepped through that portal or whatever it was, they lived. So they had a body, and then when they saw like, oh wait, I have a body. Like when they said they saw they were naked, they saw their body. Because before they just were just beings, I feel like shadows. They stepped into the light, and now they had eyes to see and became ashamed of their body and started covering up their body, you know? Because I feel like if we, if none of this would have happened, we would all still be in the dark. And like, and there would be no need to be beautiful or handsome or whatever. Because if you're blind, ain't no need to be beautiful.
Well, we know spirit can be, well, not spirit, but I don't know. If people think spirit can be created, uh,
Hmm.
or die or something like that. But it could be, basically on how they interpret the story. It could mean that, in a way, because I think, everything, have an infinite way, of looking at it, a
Hmm.
360. You know what I'm saying? A bottle, you have a 360 degree, or angles, you could look at it. So everything has a 360 degrees, of how you could look at it. So that could be one of them. But I'm more looking at it, as something that you become aware of, you know, is kind of is like becoming aware that you're a mother. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? Like, it's like, the other day, even though it's, 9 months ago or a year ago, you was, just a regular, a woman, and a year later you're a mother, because you ate the apple, you basically went through the process of knowing what a mother is. So once you realize you went through that process, you realize that you're a mother, you know. So
Hmm.
I'm describing that, eating the apple like that is when you went through the process to the initiation, you know, of what it is, you know, once you realize you went through that process, so you know, okay, that's what you are. You know what I'm saying? Is realizing something, becoming
But
aware.
wait, she gave it to Adam to eat.
Hmm.
So what does that mean?
She basically initiated him into the process, because she the
Mm,
one that got initiated, you know, into the
mm,
process, you know, and then she realized, you know, who she is, you know, and then she went and took it to Adam and made him realize, you know, uh vice versa. I mean,
mm.
and make yeah, and made him realize the same thing too. What it is that, you know, but I think, you know, it's just awareness, you know, because like I said, you know, a woman already have the potential or the power to be a mother. You know what I'm saying? But until she went through that initiation, she would never know what a mother looked like, and other mothers will tell her that.
Hmm.
You know, other mothers will tell her that, you know, you don't know what it, you know, what it like to be a, you know, to be a mother, because, you know, until, or you know, until, you know, it's only when you went through that process, you know, you truly know what it means to be a mother.
Could it be that? Because now I'm thinking like you have the spirit and the soul, the car and the bar, right?
Hmm.
Could it be that they were just spirits, like I said, without a body, or just spirit? And then when they got initiated or ate the apple, they, because I feel like Lilith or Lucy, Lucifer, she brought duality, right? So let's say they were spirits first, and then Lucy, by eating the apple, step into that portal, step into the light, having eyes to see now, they got a soul. Because at first I thought no, maybe they were first soul, and then they had no, they got a spirit. But if I say Lilith is Lucifer is Lucy, a woman, and the soul is a woman, the spirit is the man. So I think they were spirit first, and then they got a soul. So the tree of life and the tree of knowledge were um the soul and the spirit. Because he told them like, don't eat from this one. What was the one? The which one they wasn't supposed to eat? The one with
The tree of good and evil.
good and evil. Right. See, because the spirit is easily manipulated. People can put things in your mind because that's the mind, your character. It forms your character, the ego. So the
The
spirit
body
is.
is easily manipulated because it's a spirit that's going to manipulate the body. A
That's what
spirit
I'm.
can manipulate a spirit.
Look, no, I'm saying this like people can play mind games, right? So that's why I'm saying this. The mind, the car is like, look, a man is easily distracted by a woman, like a fat booty, whatever. So the man is always the wanderer, the wandering spirit. But the soul, she is stationary. She's Big Mama. With you come home to Big Mama, like So I think at first they were wandering spirits, and then they got a soul, and that's
Yeah,
where
well,
they
that's what the Bible
became.
says.
No, no, that's what I'm saying right now. I don't know about the Bible because
Yeah,
I
I'm basically saying I agree with you, and the Bible
yeah.
agree with you too. That's
Oh,
basically what I'm
okay.
saying. Yeah,
Hmm.
I agree with you, you know, and that's what the Bible say too. So the Bible agree with you too, because the Bible start, you know, the voice of God was hovering over the water. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
So that you know, God was a wandering spirit. You know what I'm saying? So until, you know, create, you know, bodies and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying, and breathe, you know, the breath of life. But basically, yeah, I agree. That's what the first, you know, by the very first time you said it, I'd already agree. You know, that's why I just explained it. You know, I said it could be one of the angles, you know, but overall, you know, all the angles going to describe one thing, which is something becoming something. You know what I'm saying? So,
mm,
you know, so whether a spirit becoming, you know, flesh, you know, or, you know, uh, a mother, I mean, a woman becoming a mother, or a man becoming a fab, a dad, or uh, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, becoming,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? It's a transition, you know what I'm saying? It's a realization. It's a, uh, becoming aware of something, basically. So I think that's why all the angles going to, basically, go to, like, every angles, gonna go back to the, I mean, every rays gonna go back to the sun because it's a sun rays. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hmm. But it's interesting because it's like, if we just go off what we were taught, because I was raised Roman Catholic, and it never sat right with me. Like, damn, wait a minute. I'm not gonna lie. As a child, I went to Sunday school and I was singing my happy lungs away, like, yeah, Jesus loves me. I was a happy little girl singing that. But as I grew older, I was like, especially when they start like, I remember when I came to the Netherlands, one of my in-laws, she was a pastor. I don't know if she still is because I'm not around her anymore, but she invited me to her church. It was Baptist, I think. It was so different, like so sterile, everything. And then she got up there and preached, and then she started hollering. When the choir started singing, she started speaking in tongues and shamana hamana hamana. I'm
She
like,
starts to speak in tongue.
yeah, she got the Holy Ghost. She was like a humana huma. I'm like, hell, it didn't sit right with me. Like, nah, this ain't it. Because I was used to hallelujah, Roman Catholic shit in Suriname. And now I'm over here and just humana humana. I'm like, nah, I never
Yeah, I
want
think
that.
the Catholics. I,
That's just all sorcery and witchcraft. Yeah,
Yeah.
I won't cut you off, Nugget. I was in the choir when I was younger. When I would go to Mississippi and stay with my grandfather, he put me and my twin brother in the choir. And I'm thinking I was happy to be in the choir, but I didn't understand. I didn't. We didn't know at the time. Osama was saying, we get older, so we start realizing, like, God damn, that shit was. I was doing some demonic cultic shit. Then the pastor, they
Yeah.
get trained because it's all about vibrations and frequency. So they know how to raise their voice and instill certain, and make people scared of the message. So they program your subconscious mind, your conscious mind, to be scared of that damn deity. Me growing up, I thought monotheistic religion was good. And like you said, you came up through via Catholicism, so we thought that shit was like innocent. And then like you said, we get older, find out this shit's nefarious, man.
Hmm.
Somebody invited me to go to their church not too long ago. I said, "No, I'm good, man." I ain't. He said, "Why?" I ain't even want to tell him. I was like, "No, I'm good, man."
but look, the Catholic, is the blueprint, for all other religion, and they got that, from, they basically orchestrated, their blueprint, from, studying us, and it's a defensive thing, like I was saying, the negative thing, the naga active thing, you know. So, like, a cat, when a cat is sleeping, you know, a cat might sleeping, but you see one of their eyes is open or is halfway open, but the cat is really sleeping. You know what I'm saying? And but that's a defense system to make you think that, okay, I'm not, I'm just laying down, I'm not sleeping. So don't think you could come and do something to me. I ain't gonna get back to you. So it's basically a warning. You know what I'm saying? So, for example, like a lion, before a lion go to sleep, a lion will, make a loud ass noise, before it go to sleep. That's a warning to every other animals, in the area. You know what I'm saying? That I'm here in the area. You know what I'm saying? So don't think that y'all could do anything to me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when a gorilla bit his chest. You know what I'm saying? So that's what That's is knowledge in the form of that is a in the form of a defend in a defensive format, like voodoo too. You know what I'm saying? If people think that voodoo is bad, but once you get into it, you know what I'm saying, you realize that the bad part, you know what I'm saying, is uh the perimeter, is the defense, you know what I'm saying, that you have to go through, you know what I'm saying, to get to the good part. Like diamonds, you have to dig in the dirt, you know what I'm saying, have dirt go under your nails, you know what I'm saying, and then you find the diamonds. So
Right.
that's what these things are. They ain't really, they ain't scary in the, in the
Mhm.
way that we think they're scary, but
Yeah.
they're scary, for you not to go and think that you could just do anything with it like that. You know what I'm saying? You have to respect it. You know what I'm saying?
Because
And
you
then,
can't just start doing shit like you know everything.
mm, yeah,
We make things bad.
mm-hmm,
Like people, like everything is good in essence, right? It's us
that's
that be
right.
fucking shit up and like want to play God or whatever. Just like Naga said, photo ain't. It's just the way they say it's a way of life. If you say that, the people start laughing. Like I got my own way of life. Like it's living with nature, honoring nature and your ancestors and yourself and spirit guides and whatever. You know, honoring or working with the elements. You become an airbender, firebender, all kind of benders. But it's when people wanna or discover their own powers, they wanna, depending on their character, their spirit, the way their spirit is set up,
Mm-hmm.
um, they start abusing their powers or using it for, a quick way to come up or make some money.
But yeah, that's the most popularized thing, because that's what a gangster gonna let you know. You know what I'm saying? You know, he quick to slap somebody up, to shoot somebody for no reason, to do all that type of thing. But really he got a girl that, he in love with, really he love his mama so much, you know what I'm saying? That, as soon as she says something, you know what I'm saying, he don't even wanna go back and forth with her. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So it like I said, it's not a bad thing, but it's a defense. You know what I'm saying? A system. Like I
Mm.
was saying earlier, the only thing that's bad, I think, truly think, is movement. You know,
Mm.
that's bad. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, everything is good for real. It's
Yeah.
just it's just a matter of making it work for you. You know what I'm saying? Making it work for you in
I'm
your
a,
advantage.
oh, my bad. Finish.
Now you got it.
No, no, finish your thought.
Yeah, you got it. That's what I was basically saying.
Oh, okay. No, because I'm gonna give you an example. Like, during slavery, or I was told this story. Like when the so-called slaves was brought from the what West Africa, Ghana to Suriname or to South America. Um, there was a tribe called the or they yeah a tribe coming from uh what's it called, Coromantine or something. Now they call themselves Coromanti people. Just like you got the Akan and the whatever people, right? Or the Yoruba. But there
Hmm.
was a tribe or a town called Coromantine. In Suriname, we call them Coromanti. Um, when they discovered what was going on, because they say there was lured or there was promise, like you were going to bring you to another land where you can work, you will get money, you get paid, and da 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 da. So some of them were persuaded to hop on that boat. And then when they discovered what was really going on, some of them who were quote unquote witch doctors or whatever, medicine men, they turned themselves into birds and flew back to their country. They just disappeared from the boat. The ones that couldn't shapeshift, if you will, they as soon as the boat landed or in Suriname, they jumped off and disappeared in the woods. They're now called Marons or Maroon people, right? So they're really proud in Suriname. especially in Suriname. And you also know that I think in Haiti or Jamaica too, they say like we were never slaves. Don't ever call me a slave. Like I'm not a descendant of like I'm a runaway. Um, every now and then a baby is born in Suriname,
Yeah,
and
they're the one that give us that, that African identity, because they came from Europe, so they closer to the Africans. You know what I'm
right.
saying? So when they came here, to this land, they ran for real. You know what I'm saying? They ran for real, because there was, both sides or maroons, like they say they are, so they ran for real, you know, and these are the people, that kind of assimilate, with the POWs, that make us think that we can to make the POWs think they came from Africa. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But uh, it's very little that came from, from Africa, and they were soldiers. Most of them died in battles. Most of them died in battles. Don't let them fool you and make us think that we the one that died. A lot of us died in battle. No, a lot of them died in battle. You
I
know,
know. Yeah.
so the people that brung, they, a lot of these people didn't survive.
Hmm. But what I was saying, like the ones that jumped off the boat and disappeared in the woods, even before they was sold or brought to the plantations, they became the maroon, right? They now live in villages, um, that the government or they stayed in. To this day, they say they stay in those villages, like the Saramaka people. My dad was from the Saramaka people, the Caribs, but and then you got Paramaka, Saramaka, and I think the Archon. Anywho, they own their own land. Like they have treaties or whatever. So there's gold, there's diamonds in the soil in Suriname, but the government can't go and drill in their land. Like no, like mm-mm. So they say like when they ran away to the into the woods, they was helped by some of the tribes that were already there, the so-called Indians, right? Of course, they came from another continent, so they didn't know the plants and the herbs to use if they was wounded, so the Indians helped them out. That's what they say. Then why nowadays, uh not all of them, but some of the Indians, they don't like black people. They call us negro. So
It's
it's
not
like,
those Indians. It's not those Indians they met. Those
right,
Indians that today came the same time these people came.
right,
You know what I'm saying?
or
Around the
yeah.
same time. It's just that these Indians was free, but then they had to fight for their freedom. So they brought
Mhm.
the mixed race, here free. You know what I'm saying? Just to occupy, and build a civilization, you know. But then you had, these Africans and Black Europeans they brought, to fight, for their freedom. And some of them, those are the ones that escaped. So these Indians they met is the real Indians, is people like us. They met us
Right,
here.
yep. Because yeah, I made a video
Yeah,
on that because
yeah.
the Indian.
My bad. So I seen a video clip on YouTube from an old Western movie of like
Mhm.
one of organic Aboriginal Indian approaching a $5 Indian, speaking in our native tongue to him, like tell him, "Hey,
Woo.
use an impersonator. What the hell y'all doing here?" But I just want to
Mhm.
say that they put that in the movies, that they putting the truth in plain sight.
Yes. Right. And they shipped them because they tried. Oh, damn, I forgot. I think it was in the videos that I did on the Indian Wars or the Carib Wars. They shipped them from island to island, and some of them ended up in Jamaica and Haiti, and in the what you call that, Guyanas. Guyana. It used to be all Suriname, French Guyana, and Cayenne used to, or what's it called? They used to be call them the Guyanas. Now it's Suriname, Guyana, and French Guyana. But all three of those countries used to be called the Guyanas or the New
Look,
Lands.
it's just like the Vietnam War, right? During the Vietnam War, right? Was it no? Was it Afghanistan? During that
Afghanistan.
war, right? Yeah,
Hmm.
you had a lot of American soldiers, Black American, right? When they realize, that they didn't have no business, killing these people like that. They came back fucked up. So had these people believed that they were prisoners, they wouldn't come back. They would have stayed on that land and assimilate. They would have escaped and assimilate with these Afghanistan's people in Africa. So they only came back, and it's because they don't think they were prisoners. They think that they're free people, so they just come back to their country, you know, and they have mental issues and stuff like that, you know. But like I said, had these people, thought they was prisoners of war, they would have assimilate with these Africans, and fight against, the the American army, the U.S. Army. This is what was happening during this era in the 1800s when they take these these Africans and Black Europeans here, and these people realize that they are fighting us. You know what I'm saying? And for what I'm saying, it's not even for a justified reason. A lot of them, they ran away and assimilated with us. They didn't, they didn't, they turn against the Caucasians. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. That's what's up, man. Hell yeah, that's facts, man. Anything they do, they try to turn as a weapon against us, man, against the original people of this land, man, or this realm, man. They try to turn everyone against us, every other nationality of credence, you know.
Listen, bro.
I never got I never got the whole. Plus, I'm saying I never got the whole point in going to fight a corporation's war. I never really felt enticed to go join no military. I become become a fucking a killing machine for a corporation for what cause? They ain't never.
Word, word. You got it.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I said yesterday, I seen that $5 Indian on that wall, man. I'm thinking to myself, damn, the indoctrination, the spell is deep because most of our people they still identifying with this Pan Africanism shit. Because I went on a panel a couple weeks ago. It was a Pan Africanist channel, and man, they bit my goddamn head off, man. But I thought to myself like they still under the spell, man. They just don't get it. Why would you want to? I mean, ain't nothing wrong. I ain't got no problem with Africans because we all the same. But why would you want to identify as something that you not? And let somebody else have what you are. It's like you giving it to them. Like here, man, here you go. You have my identity, have my birthright, have my genealogy. You can have it all. Here you go.
Our people doing the same thing too. You got Aboriginal that think that that they are African American. You know what I'm saying? You got Haitian that think that they are descendant from the Africans. So it happened. It's not just the Africans that give up their identity, but our own people right here and people in the Caribbean is doing the same thing too. So
Right, right.
this whole
That's what I was saying, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Our people they caught up in this Pan Africanism shit. That straight out of Africa, off of slave theory, off of banana boat theory, all that. That's all nonsense, But they
but that
still
was
want.
that was orchestrated though. That was implant, to go along with the out of Africa theory, and also to go along that, what I'm saying. That's where we came from. So it was just a plan to make us believe that. You know what I'm saying? But you can tell the people didn't really believe that because the
Bro,
people didn't
I'm
go.
just look.
Because the movement was supposed to basically, if the movement was successful, a lot they were supposed to have an exodus. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
A
they,
lot
they
of Black Americans were supposed to migrate to Africa, but because we realized that was bullshit. This is why we didn't go. You know what I'm saying? So the plan failed. Just to let you know, the
what they say
people
all the
know.
time. What they say all the time. Go back to Africa. Man, I was at the hospital with my wife one day. Right, she was in the hospital, and the nurse came in. And we was talking about like health and genetics and certain different and demographics of people. And she was like, "Yeah, since you African American, you got high blood pressure." I had to check her. I was like, "No, I'm not African American." But that goes to show you even on their part, even with the white people. She she
Wow.
she tried to tell me who I was. She said, "Yeah, since you're African American, you got high blood pressure." I checked her. I said, "No, I'm not African American. I'm not African American." I said, I had to educate her. I said African American means civil and mortus, meaning dead in the eyes of the law, and that takes you out of your national sovereign capacity. I said then I told her, I said, go look up the etymology for black. She just had a dumbfounded look on her face.
Why does it mean dead in the eyes of the law? Why? Because they always like to tell us, what certain things mean, certain things, what certain thing is, but they never tell us why and how it became that. So why do we think, that, when it comes to the law, black is dead? Why do we think
because
that?
it's a corporation. Like if you claim that you're a product, and a
Right. It's
product
like
can be bought and sold, just like
right.
they say they sold us. But I wanted to ask, like, why is it called Pan African? Like, is that Pan the god of the Greek god Pan, the goat?
Yeah,
Like,
that's
why
what's
is
rule.
it
That's
called?
what that. Yeah, that's what's ruling Africa. Africa is under that entity. Pen
Damn.
What?
Pen is Aten. Pen is Aten. Pen is thought Moses. Pen is you know
Mm,
these Akhenaten. You know what I'm saying? That's
mm,
Pen is the same God under different names.
mm.
But
That's wild.
but
Yeah.
uh but but
But
but
that shit do mean you dead, man. Like that's what Solomon was saying. That shit, you better off being a can good. If you saying you white,
but
black, any of these titles, man, you dead in a corporation. That's
but
how they work.
we was getting into the why though. Onto the why is it considered to be that? And so Amma was giving her point of view. I think is it the reason why it's dead is because we unify with them. We assimilate into their culture, you know, during the Civil War or after the Civil War. When we had the union, once we had the union with them, we basically, signed a contract that, our government system is dead. You know what I'm saying? We can't use that. It's not valid. You know what I'm saying? That's what, we basically signed, and let them know. So we had to basically go by their law. You know what I'm saying? So we couldn't use our political power, because we basically give up our power, to use their power. That's why it's dead.
Right. I agree with that, bro.
Cause remember, the black came from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? When we say, okay, we're not black, we need to say, okay, then who's black? You know what I'm saying? Who's the black? You know what I'm saying? If I'm not, Caucasian, right? That means I'm acknowledging that Caucasian exists. Then I need to identify who's a Caucasian to say, okay, this is a Caucasian. This is not me. I'm not a Caucasian. So it's the same thing. When we're saying we're not black, we need to identify, okay, who's the blacks? You know what I'm saying? When did the blacks came about? Because we know we're dealing with political term. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So, okay, when you know what I'm saying, when did the black came about? You know what I'm saying? Who coins the term black?
But is black is really blank, like blanco,
Yeah, and it means pale, albino and pale.
right?
Because it's dead. They really say they because they know they dead. That's what albino is pale mean. It means dead.
Di- yeah,
Like a
but we have to understand these things have different definitions on the different categories.
hmm.
So the way a word is describing by law is not the same way it is describing, through education. For example, the word understand, by law, when you say you understand, that means that you're standing under what being said. That means you're respecting, you're abiding by what being said. But when in education, understand something, is to comprehend, or is to figure out how something operate, how something work. You know what I'm saying? So these is the same words, but it got different definitions. You know what I'm saying? Because you have law dictionary, and then you got regular dictionaries. I don't know if I made myself clear.
Yeah, I'm catching what you're saying, man. It just I don't know. Somebody like somebody called me black yesterday, man. And me knowing what the etymology for it is, I just can't. I don't like that. I feel like somebody classifying me when they say I'm black because black is not a place and person or thing. It's a misnomer. It's an adjective. It's neither here or there.
But we have to be aware of who validate these classifications. For example, like let's say Aboriginal is not validated by by the census, right? By the census, right? And then somebody call us Aboriginal, we're gonna feel some type of way because it's not it's not being accepted. You know what I'm saying? It's not validated. So this is why a lot of people is rejecting black is because to them black is not valid, but valid according to who, right? Because
Yeah.
when amongst ourselves, right, we have no problem using that word. We might not use it to identify ourselves, right, but we use that word. You know what I'm saying? But every time when it comes to like I said, identity, you know what I'm saying? We like to put a boundary. You know what I'm saying? We like to put a barrier. Like, nah, you know what I'm saying? I'm not crossing that. But I do like I do see, you know what I'm saying? What everybody is saying about that it considered to be dead. But we have to understand that the power that's ruling is considered to be fraud,
Right.
right? So if the power that's ruling this land is considered to be fraud, how can we justify you know uh them saying something is dead, or how can we justify them validating anything? You know what I'm saying? How can we justify them or vouch for anything? You know what I'm saying? Or lead in anything and not expect them to know what I'm saying to bring some type of fraud into it.
That's what you're saying, man.
And the thing is, we're quick to reject things instead of trying to understand why is it being presented that way. You know what I'm saying? Somebody tell me like, yo, I'm not uh black, I'm Nigerian. I'm like, okay, why do you think you're not black? You know what I'm saying? You're Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna go, you know what I'm saying? We're going to unpack, you know what I'm saying, the difference between Nigerians, you know what I'm saying, and black, if there is any connections between them. You know what I'm saying? And then we can come to a conclusion. But if we haven't unpacked, what a Nigerian is and what you think black is, and the difference between them, and if there is any connection, you can't just quick to reject it like that, because if there is connection, then you know what I'm saying.
All I'm saying is, man, I ain't never met a black nigga in my life. I ain't never seen a black person. That's all I'm saying, man. I ain't never seen one. If a nigga
But
can show me,
I
I
agree.
ain't never seen one.
Let me tell you, I agree with you. With you not identifying with black, because listen, right?
It's just like a nigga. Just like a nigga saying they seen Jesus Christ before. Nigga ain't never seen him before. So it's the same thing with a nigga saying he seen somebody else, seen a black person. Like, I ain't never seen one. Just like I ain't never seen this nigga Jesus.
Now listen to what I'm saying though. I agree to to a certain degree, because America was the first country that got their independence in the Western atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? Under Western hemisphere, right? So declared their independence as uh America. You know what I'm saying? So the United States of America. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So the second country was Haiti. You know what I'm saying? So we declare ourselves the first black uh empire. You know what I'm saying? So that empire extend, you know what I'm saying, to different part of the states. You know what I'm saying? Different part of the Caribbeans. You know what I'm saying? So uh, you had people on the same land uh, under different government system. You know what I'm saying? This is why the country there was a need for a union, because this country wasn't always just one melting pot, where we all was just all we all was American. You know what I'm saying? Some people was American and other people was different things. You know what I'm saying? So some of these people have a hard time finding, what I'm saying, what political term they identify with. You know what I'm saying? And they only know that uh, uh genetics, or their not genetics but their geographical identity. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's going on. So some
Yeah,
people is
yeah,
identifying.
I see what you're saying. Like, it's just like, yeah, because when we use terminology black, like they use it as a political term, like it's a political identity, like for the most part. But you
Yeah,
saying like it's a dichotomy. Like when we say it, it might mean something different. Like you saying like with Haiti. So we saying they took it like how we know they took everything and make it nefarious, right? They invert every goddamn thing.
that's right.
But they took it into a political term. But I mean, I see what you're saying. But still, that black, nah, I'm good on that. It's because I know what the etymology for it is, and I study etymology a lot.
It says, I just looked it up. It says the absence of light. And then, African American, da da da, da people with dark skin, and da 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 da. And then one even said, well, let me go back to it because it didn't make no sense whatsoever. It says, refuse to handle goods, undertake work, or have dealings with a person or business as a way of taking industrial action. A member of a human group having dark colored skin, especially one of sub-Saharan African ancestry, belonging to or denoting a human group having dark colored skin, especially a sub-Saharan, okay, that's the same, of the very darkest color owing to the absence or of complete absorption of light, the opposite of white. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna be in the chat. It's late over here, 3 o'clock in the morning. Thank
Thanks for
you.
Respect
stopping
and
by,
respect.
mama.
Thank
Appreciate
you
you.
for having me. Yeah, I enjoyed this talk.
Appreciate that wisdom you dropped, them gems you dropped.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
always.
Much love to you both, and I'll be listening in the chat.
Yeah, yeah.
Most definitely, most definitely.
Till next
Thanks
time.
for coming.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, bro, you have to understand, truth. Do We don't have a definitive system. Can you agree to that?
You said we don't have a. Say it one more time.
We don't have a definitive system.
Right? Yeah, I agree with that.
So therefore, we cannot. Technically, you know, we can't define. We can't define things. You know, in the eyes of the law, you know, we can't define things. Like the Chinese can define things. Like black can mean something different for the Chinese, right?
Like all I'm saying is when they say black and we say this system, it's a demonstrative government. It's saying that we don't have no it's not a social status. But who gives a damn about having a social status? So this is why we. That's what I'm saying. That's why they start calling themselves white. Because when you look like when it comes to classification, look what it says: African American. It says white African American, Native American, and
Again,
black.
we have to understand why they say it's a social system, because you know black, I'm speaking from black being a political term, right? So if they're saying that it's a social term, then why are they saying that it's a social term? Because everything that's being said, there is a reason why it's being said. So we have to go behind why is it being called a social, and the reason why I think it's being called a social, is being considered, social, is because since we agree for it to be dead in the eyes of the law, then it's okay for us to to talk about it in the street. For us to talk about it, joke about it, and entertain about with it, but it's not going to be taken serious, in the eyes of the law. That's why I think it they consider it to be a social term, you know. But like I said, speaking for from a political term, you know what I'm saying? It don't have nothing to do with social. It's a force. It's a power. Just
Right,
like
right.
they
And
say it's
it's power
oh,
behind what we say.
yeah, they say it's the opposite of white. White is considered to be some type of power. You know what I'm saying? So if it's the opposite, then black gotta be some type of power. You know what I'm saying?
Right, that's what you're saying. Hey, what's up, Bluffy? What's up,
Hey,
sis?
how are you?
I'm good. Welcome in.
Salute, salute.
Good. Okay, so stop shove right now. The kids are here and they're fighting. So I'll be listening to the live stream.
Okay, it's all good.
All right, take care.
You too. Yeah, man, I get what you're saying, man. Just I don't know, just so you saying, are you saying like, so when you saying like, if like you said people in Haiti use that terminology, right?
It is more like there is a whole empire using that terminology. You know what I'm saying? But in order to dismantle the empire, you know what I'm saying? So they gotta break a group. They gotta break a group. They gotta break. You know, uh, they gotta break. Dismantle. In order to dismantle the empire, they gotta break it into different groups. You know what I'm saying? And each group gotta get a different. Uh, uh, each group gotta get a social, status instead of a political power. They're going to get a social status because this group agree, to give up their power.
Yeah, that's true, man. And it's power in what we say, it's energy in what we say. I just feel like some of these words are just, they dead words, but it can mean whatever we want it to mean, right?
Yeah, because if you have a definitive system, then you define, what these words mean, because we forming our reality.
When we say D means to take away from something, like saying degenerate. D means to like take away from something. So we're saying define. So automatically it means taking away from something, right?
Well, that's basically with their using their definitive system, right? That's how they define it. But using our my definitive system, it will be forming something, giving shape into to something.
Right. So you're saying like so, and to sum it up, you're saying if we don't get power to this shit, it don't exist, right?
Right. Because we're the one shaping it, we're the one forming it, we're the one building it, we're the one creating it. You know what I'm saying? Giving birth to it.
And you gotta think who came up with the alpha beta system. We came up with the alpha beta system and gave it to them because they couldn't talk. We was telepathic. We talked with our minds. We gave them the alpha beta system. Like we know they took everything and inverted the shit. We had supreme mathematics. We gave them all that shit.
So them defining black as dead is an act of war in itself, mentally, right?
Yeah.
They already make you accept defeat. Once you accept it's dead, you already accept defeat, right? So now you can't use it, you know what I'm saying? To do anything, to reinforce, you can't
What
can't
I'm
use
saying,
it to do any.
that's why when niggas go run and cry and say, "How come they doing this to us? Why come we ain't got? How come it's not an equal playing field as all the other nationalities or creeds of people?" Because
Mm-hmm.
you saying you following along with their technology. You saying you African American. You saying you all these false misnomer adjectives, man. So what?
Right.
Because they marched us around on our own land for some goddamn for civil so-called civil rights. They was holding us by a hand, giving us these agent ass puppets like Martin Luther King, holding us by the hand, marching us around on our own goddamn land. Fight for your rights. Get the fuck out of here. We had rights long before you got here.
That's what I'm saying. We don't understand what we're doing. We're trading our political power for a social status. That's what we are doing. We don't have no we don't have no political power right now. But we damn sure have a dozen social status, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So that's what they did to us, man. And the people, that still, have that, political status. They're trying to create tension, you know, uh, uh, between you and them. They're trying to make sure that you and them, in bridge, and never come together. You know what I'm saying? Because that's why they make sure they separate you from them in the first place.
Right.
I'll show you that map earlier. I think it was on Charles uh 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 live. I show you that map where Haiti is being depicted to be a empire, and I'll show you how many states from here, from the mainland, that was using the same political power. You know what I'm saying? At that time, you know so how did these people break away, from their connection to the Caribbean and assimilate, to to this political power on this land that's oppressing us? That's the thing that they don't want. That's the conversation they don't want you to have. You know what I'm saying? That's where they don't want you to go.
I got you.
They- Go ahead.
No, I was saying I got you. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because they know once you reclaim your political power, they know that at this point, you basically ruling them. you know you're basically rolling them because they gotta pay you taxes, because you know you're ruling as an empire. You know what I'm saying? You're not ruling as a president, as a governor, as a king. You're ruling as an empire. You know what I'm saying? So you have many different states. You know what I'm saying? So you basically giving them different state, because a empire basically is cover the whole, all the land. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So
So
they have a corporate empire installed now because they ruled over all the land. They get what they got thousands, hundreds of bases all across the realm. South Korea, they got bases everywhere. Well, look, now I'm about to get up out of here, man. I appreciate you coming in, man. It's been real.
hey, bro, you already know it. So
You know,
salute to you.
we,
Feel
we
me?
can chop it up any time now. We got each other's numbers, man. We can do this again. Just holler at me. Let me know.
All right, you're ready. And shout out to our mama, stuff and respect to her, and everybody else in the chat.
Yeah,
Hell
shout
yeah.
out to Phil for joining. Shout out to everybody for joining. Shout out to the panel.
Until next time, bro. We do
All
this again.
right.
Sure. Salute.